Hello and welcome here. Another lovely Wednesday, but one that has a lot of tension across the rift here. Not only is it patch day, but we are here with the quarterfinals of the NECC Spring 2024 split. Very excited to be here because we got an awesome champions game for you. My name is Orbital. With me is, of course, the best minion to ever wander off the rift. It is Random Minion Caster, and we will be your casters for this evening's matchup between Conestoga Condors Gold and Illinois Wesleyan University Sword. RMC, how you doing?
Overall, I am hyped for this one. As you mentioned, we're in quarterfinals. We are in playoffs, finally, Orbital. And in the Champions Division, we've got cross-division play. We are in the Central Division, but in the regular season, there was Central A and Central B. Here in the playoffs, the two divisions will cross. So as you mentioned, Conestoga Condors Gold, the second seed from the A division with a record of 5 wins and 2 losses. And up against them, the third seed from the B division with the exact same record, 5 wins and 2 losses as well. So the seeding might look a little bit different, but realistically, their records are identical.
And that's really scary to me because this is also a rematch for those that have been following the NECC. This is a rematch of the Fall 2023 Champions Division Finals. It was a very, very close set, and that's why I'm excited to see it here. Unfortunately, Kings and Challengers have to face off in the quarterfinals to make it into the semifinals. Not so much for the throne just yet. For right now, though, we have some word that Conestoga has some interesting players that they upgraded over the side. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of their players. It is going to be Lazaro in the top lane, Lopachinski in the jungle, Lazy Time Cat in mid, Andrew at ADC, and Karami at support. Again, interesting positions here.
Yeah, so I believe out of this entire new roster we're seeing, Orbital, only Lopachinski is actually returning from that sort of grand finals appearance. And what's doubly interesting is there's actually been another roster swap tonight in the playoffs. Prior to this, Lopachinski was actually playing AD carry, his main role. Lopachinski hit Challenger in that role. But last split, he actually played in the jungle. And tonight, he is back in the jungle because their starting jungler for this split, One Bob, unfortunately isn't able to make it. And they are starting Andrew. This will be his first competitive match within the NECC on this team. And he's going to be playing it in the quarterfinals up against the reigning champions.
You ever been hot dropped into a match? That's probably what Andrew's feeling like right now. You ever been hot dropped into a match against the champions? Like that is some big shoes to fill, and I'm sure they'll step up to the task. Right now, though, let's take a look at Illinois Wesleyan University Sword. The reigning champions coming back here. It is going to be Animosity in the top lane, Sharkive in the jungle, Tali in the mid, Handy Taco at ADC, and Fable at support.
And quite a lot of familiar names from this roster. Most of these guys played in that grand finals. And what's kind of interesting with them as well, Orbital, is that Illinois Wesleyan University also has a lot of role swaps. Now, they've been playing these roles all split long, but let's run through. So top lane is actually a top laner. Sharkive in the jungle was a former top laner who role swapped for this team. Tali, mid laner, I mean, it's in the name Talia. Handy Taco is a fill player who's actually filled 3 different roles for this SWAT team. He's played jungle, mid, and AD carry and hit Grandmaster in all 3 of them. So that's an amazing achievement. Fable, who's now playing in the support role, actually played jungle in that grand finals up against Lopachinski now in the support role, and also was a bit of a mid laner prior as well. So a lot of role swaps coming through, and props to this roster for having achieved as much as they have. And hey, you don't make it to playoffs just by kind of messing around. I had a chance to talk to their coach, Sean Atonin, who kind of told me, yeah, he thinks this roster should win it all again. They are that good.
That's really scary to hear from a team that decides, hey, we're going to, we got to mess around with the roles a little bit. To hear a team that's been practiced the entire split say, okay, yeah, we'll give you your main roles and everything, and you're 6-1 or 5-2, that's pretty good. To hear that you have to off-roll some players and they can still play to a high caliber, yes. Anyone that's played competitive knows that's scary, and that's why for the Condors, this is a little bit of a challenge. As much as they've improved their roster, I really got to look at Andrew and sit there and go, hey, how are you going to play? Because, I mean, sure. Karami has got a history, really strong player, as you said, and Lopachinski and Karami, I'm interested to see how they fare as kind of like the powerhouse, especially with the Grubs being hyper-focused nowadays.
Yeah, and if we look at how Conestoga has traditionally operated throughout most of the regular season. It has been through that bot lane. They are a very strong duo, so Andrew has big shoes to fill. And I'm actually curious, because when we think of duos, we usually think of bot lane, right? Support and AD carry, two people in the same lane. But now that Lopachinski's in the jungle support is a really strong duo that can work together as well and apply a lot of macro force. I've seen Karami play before in the NACL Open qualifiers back in OQ1. It was a team that I actually seeded highly, partially because I thought Karami was very mechanically good. So looking forward to seeing how that works out with these role swaps. For now, though, Condors on the blue side, the Kled ban immediately against Animosity.
You gotta. There's no other reason. And then the Senna, of course, to come out here on this live patch. Senna did get hit in the farming Senna position, but mainly this is just because Senna is highly prioritized between both of the teams. I think it's appropriate to ban away. What you're most likely not going to see is that Smolder, having gotten targeted a little bit in the round of Nurse's time, again, might drop in priority. The Camille, though, still very aggressive champion to ban out because understood it could be flex, top, or support.
Yeah, and I think Fable's actually been the one to run it a little bit more in that support role position. He can get a lot of kill threat and can actually solo out quite a few, squishier supports in Heck. I've even seen them take out jungles at time. Now we are seeing the Quinn ban that is targeted at Lazaro in the top side. Not something we've seen within the NECC, but something he plays a lot of in solo queue.
And surprisingly enough, we're actually going to see a Volibear ban. So Volibear has been highly prioritized, I think, in the pro scene. In the last patch, however, this patch did get touched a little bit on the early game ult timer and everything. So a little bit of a twinge. Still don't want to give it over. Seraphine to round things out. I do like this rounded out IW sword ban list, just saying everything's there. But this does leave up a namesake that is quickly napped off the takeable to take it away from Tali.
Okay, yeah, that was what I was wondering for a second. What would be the first priority pick? Because Karma's still on the table, and Lazy Time Cat likes to play a lot of these sort of supportive mid laners, hence the Seraphine ban. And this this is a little bit newer for the NECC for Sharkive. Sharkive's not been playing it too much in NECC, more things like Lily and Kha'Zix, but he is spamming it in solo queue. If you take a look at his solo queue history, it's like just Rek'Sai, straight all the way down.
I mean, is it red or blue? That's the thing. That's what we got to ask here. So, taking a look at this Lucian to come out here, this is... Handy Taco's having some fun. I love the Lucian pickup saying, we are going to try and dominate lane. I think if you get ahead with the Lucian, it's a great way to shut down a fairly newer ADC to the roster. Maybe not to competitive, but to the roster. Very safe ADC to fall back on, though, in the Ashe.
Yeah, and the Ashe still a potential flex between Andrew or Karami. Both of them do play it, and with the Wukong as well. Overall, that's interesting because I was thinking double globals, right? With the Talia, with the Ashe, really good for picks. But now they're picking the Wukong, so they are still looking for team fights. And we'll have to see how this kind of plays out. I think the mid game, having the option to both pick safe fights as well as kind of go for these ganks, plus the option for team fight is good. But late game, it can come back to bite you if the enemy team is just dropping straight team fight and just going straight for objectives.
And you can see it there. I feel even with the Ashe or any other global or anything like that, the Milio is going to be enough to kind of ride that wave out, banning that one away. We are waiting on what the red side ban is there. Ban 4 is currently missing. The Olaf, though, on the other side, Condors have said, hey, that's what we want to focus on, still taking care of that top lane. It's one. The Animosity and Lazaro may not be able to have perfect pickup. That is going to be... a Hui ban. Okay, so I'm curious if I'm wondering if it's kind of flipped back and forth here. I wonder if the Hui was banned by Condor as it's coming out. It was Hui. It was Hui. Okay, I'm going a little bit crazy here, and the Gwen's still hard focused in that top lane.
Yeah, no, the Hui is a support ban. Karami plays a mean Hui in the bot lane, so they're just kind of precluding that Ashe Hui bot lane from coming down. One of the ways you can deal with the Lucian is just don't engage with them, right? Lucian Milio is great for poke, but if you can outscale, if you can kind of sit back and just farm from safety, or you just outrange, those are answers into it. So they're just trying to prevent that top lane kind of being the focus right now, because we don't know for sure where the Ashe is going. So Sword doesn't want to kind of overly pinch if it's not for the issue. Is that a hover or is that a lock? Your favorite champion is in.
Hey, listen, I don't care. I see it on the screen. I love it. Yeah, there we go. I'm happy. All right. So Vigar's coming in here into the mix, and I do like it actually into this kind of forward momentum piece. Condors are now not only going to have to deal with the early game, but also the late game of the Vigar if you don't shut it down early. However, they're going to try and negate that by just going, cool, you got a stun, we'll go through it. The Ornn to layer into those late game ornaments, and then a Janna to possibly deny things like the Rek'Sai, the Lucian dash in. It makes for a very squishy bottom lane, though. That scares me a little bit.
Yeah, it's not terrible into the likes of a Lucian Milio. If they ever dash into you, just shield and kind of just walk away. You can kind of soak a lot of that. But I'm just
Jesus.
thinking later on in team fights, Janna can kind of just have anti-synergy with the Wukong, with the Ornn, with the engage you're looking for. We do see, of course, the Mordekaiser being picked up as well. I like the idea. Animosity picking for something that can really bully out the Ornn and still have a really strong skilling effect to match in the late game.
This is going to be very interesting. That Mordekaiser R5, you and I have seen this pickup before. Sometimes it's works, sometimes it's not, but it's got the best skin in the world. The Dark Galaxy skin, the Dark Star skin. I love it up there. We are going to have a lot of fun, though. It is going to be a kind of pick and choose your battle. Shark Eye now on this Rek'Sai. Will be very fun to see the namesake come out here. Tali in the mid lane on this Veigar. Things in this game, number one, looking a little bit spicy and looking very interesting for the rematch from Fall 2023.
Yeah, and overall, let's touch quickly on what these comps are looking to accomplish. Because we mentioned for
Yep.
Condors, they've got really good mid-game sort of poke and catch potential. They also have pretty strong team fighting when all is said and done. Ashe, not exactly a hyper carry, but in an extended fight, she does pump out a lot of damage. And she's got really good kiting tools into the likes of what Sword have. Sword feel a bit burstier with the Mordekaiser and with the Veigar and the Lucian. They are looking to take out targets as fast as they can. But what Sword has going for them is kind of good matchups in a lot of ways, right? Mordekaiser will be able to duel out Ornn, will be able to outscale Ornn as well in the sort of 1v1 situations. Veigar, infinite stacking. So it does feel like Sword, I think, got a lot of individual counters, and we'll have to see if it's enough to overcome the team fighting later on that Condors have drafted.
It's quite surprising to me, though. It's been a while since I've seen an Ignite on an ADC, but I love it. I'm so used to seeing Flash and Ghost on my screen. It's the go-to. And yet it is Ignite.
Solution,
It makes
yeah.
sense in the hands, especially with this early level 2 pinch. If you can go ahead and pick it up after this next wave, you can see how hard this bot lane is shoving, and that's why we do kind of want to watch it. This bottom lane will be very fun to watch, the explosiveness or maybe non-explosiveness of how it wants to break down both junglers on the top side as well, being tracked on either end. Means that the spot lane is fairly free for the next minute or two to have a little bit of fun. That's going to be a little bit of a dash in, and Karami is the first one to eat a little bit of that damage.
Yeah, and for Karami as the Janna, one of the reasons why we don't see her as much is partially she's not as forgiving. Shields, generally, you have to be proactive about them compared to the heals, which is reactive. Shark Eye hovering around the mid lane. Do they know? I saw a ping come down, but I didn't see any wards.
But with that
nice.
E level 2 on the event horizon, it's a perfect flash out. Time Cat saying I'm wasting no time ensuring I am safe.
Yeah, but you can't be lazy anymore in that mid lane with your flash down. Time Cat has to be really careful about being able to track where this Rek'Sai is, or else Shark Eye would always just come back and redo that exact same gank without the flash. Talia, well, yeah, if you ever get caught by the baby cage, you're done and dusted.
It's a painful notion. I know it all too well. I love it. It's one of the most OP skills in the game, I think. It's also very silly to watch someone try and walk out of it and be like, oh, how'd I get stunned? I'm like, it's a cage. Like, you're kind of stuck in there. I'm sorry. It's how it goes. However, Handy Taco and Fable, trying to get some early vision, understands that Lopachinski will be down here shortly, trying to drop a ward early, say, hey, that's where we're going to be. And a hawk shot in response, Andrew and Karami, keeping track of where this Rek'Sai is going so far this early game, laying into this kind of simple situation. However, it is Lopachinski to actually be the first one on this scuttle and the first one to take it. Shark Eye conceding this fact.
Yeah, interesting that Shark Eye's not even looking to contest this, especially when Handy Taco and Fable actually have this bot lane pressure, right? Like, you've got the Lucian Milio, you're winning out early. Look at Andrew and Karami's health. It's not super high. Normally, I would actively want to try and contest this. So Sword, hey, they're doing well in their lanes. They do have small CS leads, so it's not the end of the road by any means. It's just maybe not the full-on pressure. And it is a best of 3, so it's, yeah, maybe they're just warming up a little bit, just testing the waters out.
Give themselves some time. Someone's still grabbing their tea. Someone really wants to go for a stretch. It's just the, I didn't do my extra CS exercises. Handy Taco, though, says, Andrew, you're in trouble. And this is what I was kind of worried about. You can see those HP bars. You pointed it out earlier. Andrew and Karami do have to be a little bit worried about what trades they do take and which trades they dislike. This is the regank in the mid lane, though. The Unraveled Earth is going to be a danger as TimeCat just barely gets out. Lopachinski going to come in. Sharkov actually quite low. He wishes the ball was different, but Tali flashes in for the kill. That flash that wasn't expended will also lead to your demise as Lopachinski flashes in to get the revenge. But first blood and 7 stacks over to Tali.
I mean, it's what we kind of called for, right? Like, you wanted to regank that mid lane. Sharkai and Tali go right back into it. Good response from Lopachinski, though, to at least be able to answer back. But I will say, I think a Vygar fence a little more scary. Wrapping around. The dive?
I mean, this is just a dive that you have to do. You knew Lopachinski was coming in. You saw him afterwards. You do pick up the kill. Fable is actually sprinting for your life. Fable's going to get away, which I am quite surprised at. You almost had a double kill, but still securing the kill on a priority target. Lopachinski grabbing 2 from mid to bot. Inside the top side, we're seeing a little bit of the realm of death, but that was more, I think, just to be annoying.
I can't believe Fable got away, and so lucky too. Lazy TimeCat does not
It wasn't getting away. There's a difference. It was allowed to go away. Now a gang in the mid lane is not allowed to happen because TimeCat is forced to die. Another 5 stacks in Tali's pocket, but 300 gold to Sharkai.
Okay, so let's take quick stock of what we've seen. We're only 6 minutes into the game, and we're already at 5 kills, so a lot of action happening here. And what's interesting is for Condors, all the action is coming off Lopachinski. He's the one making things work, but the lanes themselves aren't in great situations. Bot was getting hammered. Mid is actively getting hammered. And top, well, sure, Lazaro is still alive, but he is on the losing side of trades, and Animosity will scale harder. Sword, on the other hand, sure, again, Sharkai is making things happen, but they are getting massive lane advantages. And so I'm getting a little bit concerned for Condors about how they're going to play out the rest of this early game. There's still another good, 6.5 minutes, 7.5 minutes before we hit that sort of 14-minute mid-game mark.
And there's no way that you're banking on an Ornn to get you through this late game. Like, you know the Vygar is going to be really frustrating to deal with. You know that the Mordekaiser is going to steal one of you away in late game. It's painful. It is painful to get bopped on the back of the head. If we don't see moves made outside, I'll be very interested. Weaver's Wall goes up, though, as Tali, with no mana, is in a dangerous spot, trying to run away from those shifting stones with the seismic shove. A final stone slung, though, and just an auto attack to the back of the head. TimeCat, lazy enough to throw autos all the way to a kill.
Really good punish from Lazy TimeCat, knowing that, hey, Baby Cage is really long cooldown, 20-odd seconds in the early levels, and saying that, oh, it's down, I go in on this. Now, I don't know if Weaver's Wall was necessarily needed to be the engage, but you got the solo kill. So that's good enough. Unfortunately, in a macro sort of view, that kill is not going to result in anything more. No objectives to take on the map right now, and Tali did have the TP to get back in, so no minions denied either.
More than happy, but Fable, one that we said we wanted to watch here in this bot side. Interesting to see how Handy Taco and Fable deal with this bottom lane. Straight up 1v2ing in the backside, forcing Andrew and Karami off this wave, and it's actually creating a disgusting CS advantage. Right now, we are looking at about 25, and I expect that to continue to be worse on the top side, though. Now we get the call of the Forge God, and Lazaro's a little bit late on the beat. One more punch can do it, though, but Animosity more than enough to be down. That'll be a solo kill in the top side. Looking at the bot, though, when one punch goes, it's a 1-2 straight, and we'll see how it goes. Andrew on the backside gets a little bit of shield Karami, but it's quickly negated out. Sharkai going in for the dive. A quick little punch as Karami is not level 6. No Monsoon to help, and they're just going to kite it out. Lazy TimeCat going to try and help out. Lopachinski watches as Shug goes down, but it's still a 2-piece. Now how many are they going to get extra? Lopachinski going in for the Cyclone. How many more can they pick up? Tali now running for their life, but it's Sharkai to bite back. It's a 3 for 2, but a turnaround by TimeCat. 3 for 3, make it 4, but down in the ground you go. Final auto attack comes out. It's a double kill for Sharkai. Arrow from downtown. No minions though to hit, so Sharkai will live. And overall, it's Sword to come out by 1.
And sure enough, Orbital, sure, Sword is doing well individually in lane, but the Condors will not go down without a fight. They scrap at every single turn. And considering that they didn't have the Weaver's Wall, Orbital, in the mid lane, great rotate down from Lazy TimeCat. They minimize their losses, but this bot lane is an issue. Orbital, the fact that Andrew and Karami are now getting dove pretty much on repeat, that's not going to get better. And even with the Monsoon to kind of reset and heal up a little bit, the cooldown on that's long, and I'm going to be honest, resetting a fight is not necessarily favorable for the Condors, because Sword is the one who actually is very bursty and will be pumping out damage in rotations rather than in a sustained fight.
You can see it there. You can see it there, 1,200 difference right now. That just puts into favor what you were talking about. Handy Taco and Fable are straight up chilling like villains. It's an Essence Reaver right off rip. Now Lopachinski trying to help out. Handy Taco actually goes in, but realizes they might be in a little bit of trouble. Shields up, but take a look. The auto attacks are not flying as fast as you actually thought. Fable was out trying to do defense duty, and Handy Taco dashing back in, and there it is. The final auto attacks. Handy Taco says, you set up a little bit too far. It's a straight up 1v2. You know, Fable was just there for the support.
Yeah, and that's the thing we're talking about, heals versus shields, right? The fact that Karami has to be there to shield first, whereas Fable can run off, drop a ward, and come back and heal you, and you're A-okay. Fable playing with fire against Lopachinski here.
But we're looking into the mid as dances are all around. Fable, though, getting quite low. Another knock was going to land. Lopachinski eating the full charge of the calling. A dash forward to try and help out. Ward goes down. It looks like you might have it. Tali in the mid lane was able to find a kill. It's death all around. It's a flash. It's insane. You can't flash. Auto attack Karami. It's about to fall. No monster to help you out. Red buff burning away. Shield. It's going. No, you left it. Handy Taco. No. No. Hubris all the way around as you lose out on another kill. You know what? It's traded back and forth. It's traded. Remember, earlier Fable was allowed to live. Handy Taco. Respecting the supports. Allowed to do what they want to.
But why? Why respect the support? You knew.
I don't know. I don't know.
Tali literally just took out Lazy Time Cat in the jungle and actually saw Andrew as well. So Handy Taco should have known that there was going to be no repercussions whatsoever if you wanted to keep pushing. I mean, still, you're 4-2-2, so you can't argue with that. If you want to take a bit of a break, you're still going to be fine. And Sword is starting to run away with this game. And the skilling as well, Orbital. We talked about Ornn skilling, but it's being matched by the Vigar. And Tali right now, I'd love to see how many stacks he's got, because it's probably a lot.
It should be a decent amount. I mean, you're closing in on probably like the 80, 90 if you are farming up on your regular stacks, and as well as the 3 kills and assists. That's what, already 30 in the bucket, just straight from KDA. Feels great. You're having a blast, and the fact that Sharkive is allowed to kind of do what they want 3-0-2. Already has Merc Treads, by the way. You're not getting away from this Rek'Sai as nicely as you would like. However, what you can do is meet in the enemy jungle. As Lopachinski is trying to steal away a camp, you can see it here on the mini-map. Because this dragon's coming up, you're just trying to duke it out. And with things going down, Condor's first one on the dragon.
And this is interesting if Swords are actually going to contest this, because they are really individually strong. But the team fight is still a place where I can see Condors potentially having a chance. We've seen Lopachinski have such great effect. Tali just zoning them out with the baby cage.
Oh, and that hurts. That hurts. A single Q dropping you about 10% is painful, and that means there are actually allowed options in. Sharkai getting knocked back, and that's going to be a little bit of a shockwave. That's going to be Spike going down. Lopachinski is good, but the re-engage is huge. Remember, Dragon is gold, but gold is forever. That's a dash short. Another shot in the back as the 2 guns wield heavy. Double kill for Sharkai, but it's 4 dead for Sword.
Like you said, gold is forever, Orbital. And, you know, props to Lopachinski for having presence of mind in that fight to be able to get that dragon. But that baby cage from Tali was just beautiful to watch, to catch 3. And you saw the damage from just that meteor that he's calling down. That is an issue for Condors. And suddenly that team fight chance that I was saying they might have, yeah, I don't fancy their odds anymore. It's got to be a perfect engage. You've got to find the carries. If either Tali or Handy Taco, one of them doesn't get caught in the initial engage, they can carry these fights.
It's horrifying to think about that. We're saying they can carry a fight at 13 minutes into the game. Impressive stuff from Sword, earning their namesake by killing the likes of the Condors. The thing is, it's still 4v4. We still haven't seen Lazaro or Animosity join these fights, which is scary. It is really, really scary. Lazaro being shoved into the Nether Realms as you're about 30 CS down and having to flash away even under towers. Animosity is like, cool, I got a summoner spell for free.
Yeah, and with the lanes that Sword had drafted, we already said that they kind of had winning lanes almost, it feels like, across the board. I almost want Lazaro to just sack this lane and say, get out. Like, take my turret, I don't care. Because if Condors want a team fight, then you're looking at Lopachinski and Lazaro to kind of be that big AoE CC that buys you the time to pump out their damage. And it gets Lazaro out of a very abusive relationship. Animosity is just pounding down. And once that Leandris gets completed, or Riftmaker potentially, I think you could just go Riftmaker at this point. Yeah, you just that lane is completely unplayable for Lazara.
I mean, but where are you going to go? How much are you actually going to help when the Coley to the back of the head does 50? Half chunk, by the way. Lopachinski's going to come in. Arrow lands on top, and it looks like they might have found their engage. Handy Taco went too far underneath the Tower of Fable, running for their life, but the Weaver's Wall is about to cut you off. Not long enough to fully cut you off, but
Flash
enough
there.
to get Lazy Time Cat in. Flash out from Fable, another shard to the back of the head. And Amasi, though, still killing on the top side. 2-0 in solo kills for the Mordekaiser.
1-for-1, and these are not equal. Orbital Sword was pushed up in that top lane. They will get damage on this turret, whereas Condors, they still have to push out the bot lane. They were shoved all the way under their turret. So again, Sword coming out ahead just from the aggression, just from the advantages they've already accrued, and just never letting up.
And we said, right, this bot side was one to watch for Handy Taco and Fable. A storied duo here for IWU Sword. And Andrew trying to step up to the plate. I can sit here and say I don't think Andrew did anything inherently wrong. It's just Handy Taco and Fable were like, we're going to bully you into oblivion. And it hurts so bad when you notice that.
Yeah, and part of it, of course, is the composition. There's a reason why Lucian Melia was banned very heavily at pro levels of play throughout most of the early Season 14. It's because they can do things like this. And I just have to question sort of the Janna answer. I don't think it was the support you needed to be able to survive this lane.
I don't think so either. Fable, though, might not be able to survive this 4-man shove back into the wall, as it seems Condors have found their mark. Listen, if you're behind, step number 1, get kills. Even if you're not getting too much else after, at least you're getting gold. Still answered in the mid lane, though, by Tali.
Yeah, and now Orbital, it gets just tougher and tougher for Condors to play this. I think Sword has done incredibly well. They are winning every single lane. So the World's their oyster. How do you want to play this? Well, if you want to keep like split pushing, as long as you've got vision down to prevent ganks, you're kind of good to go. If you want a team fight, we've already seen that they're stronger. And I think the ideal sort of situation for Sword at this point is with these outer turrets down, just go with the 4-1 split push, leave Animosity on an island. If you can hold Ornn away, that's probably the best case situation. You know you win out the rest of the fights, and just kind of play between objectives and the sort of mid lane pressure that you can put down. Or if Dragon's the objective you want to play for instead of Herald or Baron, pardon me, then play towards that bot side of the map and go for the widest possible angles you can.
Go wide, do whatever you want to, and have a bit of fun behind it. You're in game number 1, and you have about an 8k lead. You're doing great. However, the Dragon Condors are looking at an almost a desperate feature. They are 2 dragons up, and a Chemtech Dragon, I mean, not the greatest in the world. You don't really have the HP to sustain the soul. Still would be nice to get it off the table, but the warding from Sword are like, yo, you ain't touching this. Take a look at that vision, by the way. Dominated by the side of Sword. The entirety of the coastline is gone. An arrow down the road, though. Handy Taco unfortunately dashes in, and that arrow easily secures that kill. Lopachinski, I wish you would have given it over, but it's still a kill to a primary member. Another Cyclone to come out here. Boot back. Lopachinski looking for a bit more, but guess who's here to help out? Animosity saying one of y'all's gonna die, and you ain't gonna like the result. Dragon now started up on the back, and it still is a 45, by the way. You were talking about perfect engages. Lazaro might be able to help out from long range. Animosity gonna run away. A little bit of a shove as Animosity is taking away low, but Sharkive dashing off the Dragon, going straight to the back line. Knock him in the back, though, as Sharkive is all alone. Monsoon to come out to try and keep everyone healthy, and it looks like it might have worked. However, Animosity is on a killing spree, and the dash is there. Animosity goes straight in the middle with the Master Q, but you don't really have the HP bar any longer. Tali now wandering away. Event Horizon is now down, and no more meteors to drop. Q's also down, but with the jungler down, it looks like Dragon is just going to be reset. I don't think Condors can do much else. They were able to get kills, which is very, very proper, but Handy Taco about to get a little bit handy as well. It looks like the Condors might have to stay alive. You can get a Miracle Steal, maybe. Maybe that's what you're looking for. I don't think it's going to happen as Condors. They'll take their kills and leave.
Yeah, and overall, what I want to highlight, too, is that was a 4v5 fight for Sword the entire way. Condors knew that. They got the pick on Handy Taco, which is absolutely great. And then they opted into the team fight with a numbers advantage, but they still couldn't win. And to me, that's a sign that this game is kind of past the tipping point. I don't see a great way for Condors to get back into this. I mean, sure, you can keep looking for picks, right? That's always a possibility with Talia and Ashe on your team. But the problem is what happens after the picks, and how many picks do you need to consecutively get to actually bring this game back to even?
Well, one of those might be Handy Taco again, as they are out in no man's land. An arrow from downtown is not going to land, but look at this dashing. A flash out to the backside, but Cyclone is up. It looks like you might be able to get it, but Karami can't do much. A little bit of a pop as Animosity joins the fight. Lazar going to flash over the wall. Andrew now in a dangerous spot. Fable wants to run down. The Seed the ADC mission. Handy Taco lives at the expense of Lopachinski's life.
Yeah, and overall, that wasn't the pick you thought it was, because Fable was actually in the back pocket of Handy Taco this time.
Oh my god.
Karami,
The shark is hunting for blood, and the water is able to find it. No claw from over the wall. But these simple kills, remember what we talked about at the beginning? Condors were getting kills for kills' sake. Every time IWU Sword get one, though, it feels like they're able to push a little bit of tower damage, a little bit of a lane somewhere on the map.
Yeah, I just pushed a lot of damage into the lanes over.
Yeah.
Lazaro actually stepping up here.
Oh, and they found Handy Taco. Handy Taco has been playing a little bit on the nose there, so I'm a little bit worried. However, Animosity goes straight in. Says, hey, I want to duke it out. Realm of Death, Lobachinski will fall. That's your main DPS that had 7 kills to the name. Now 6 tested. Lazaro eating a lot of pain. Another shove comes out. As honestly, lazy time cut, being able to stall out some of these fights is nice. Still, though, tower falls, and it's going to be IWU Sword that continue to open up this map.
And again, I want to praise Condors for finding these picks overall, but it literally does not matter because you need to find both Tally and Handy Taco in the same fight. Right now, Animosity is being an absolute bulwark. You're seeing the healing from the Rift Maker keep him alive while pumping out the damage. And it just feels like, hey, if either Tally or Handy Taco's around, they just clean up the rest of these fights. And you see Condors have to repeatedly disengage, even if they have the numbers disadvantage. We are just past the 20-minute mark orbital. Baron just spawned. And we're already looking at a 9,500 gold differential. That is absolutely massive.
I'm scared, RMC. I don't want to see more gold going. Like, I'm scared for what happens to the Condors if they lose another larger fight. If things just kind of go kaput. You don't really have much else to defend, and this Baron is all but the side of swords. You can see it here. Warding vision going down. Condor is trying to get at least something to see in there. At this point, you're pretty much just hoping to rely on those scribes, which are still down for a couple seconds. Baron, though, started up a minute after it spawned. Sword looking for a quick end and a quick close. TP coming in here. Event Horizon is currently down. Sharkive going into the backside. No one else really able to follow up. As Lazaro is going to run interference. Sharkive trying to run away, and the arrow's going to slow down. Re-engage from Sword. It looks like they might have got it. Yes, you're able to burrow down, but it doesn't really find the kill. And Condors have found an amazing shutdown and kill once again to Lopachinski.
Now, is this bait? That's the question. Because Condors actually set up the Baron. I think everything backfires. Good. I'm happy that they showed restraint. They didn't try and do that in the face of 3.5 members of Sword. And again, good pick. They punished the fact that Sharkive didn't actually have follow-up. The rest of Sword weren't able to quite get in there. And it doesn't change the nature of the game right now. It is still Sword firmly in the lead. But for Condors, anything that buys them time is a good situation when you have been kind of falling behind and just getting out-pressured everywhere.
And I would say it does worry me a tiny bit, but Tali, like, this is happening again. This is actually the 4th time this has happened. So I was just about to say that we're starting to see these picks come along because we're seeing Sword actually almost willingly putting themselves in solo situations. First time, it was a coincidence. It was a mistake. That's fine. Handy Taco, we said it wasn't there. That's not the 4th time. I think Sword have just been kind of caught unawares. I know you said, RMC, that, hey, it doesn't really matter right now. But these are starting to add up a little bit more as Condors actually start the Baron.
TP is available on Tally in 15 seconds when he is back up. They don't have enough damage to take this orbital. It's such a slow take. It's not even a half health yet.
They don't, and I mean, that's going to call it off. However, the little bit of punch. Oh! Big air ball. Lazaro lets it slide, but they're going to go back to Baron. I think only for a moment, though. The arrow volley slows them down, and Animosity is going to slam down and draw him in because Tali's TPing in. It looks like they've done it, but look at the cycle. Look at the damage. Handy Taco is almost low. Lopachinski trying to solo him out, but there's the double kill. Making it 3rd. Handy Taco is alive. The shield is done. You know what? I rescind my statement, RMC. I should have never doubted IW Sword because they cleaned up the fight 5-0.
I won't say it was clean orbital, but they got the job done, and it is a clean ace as you cold. 5-0. Baron on the table, Dragon on the table, and 4 Condors. Man, you got a feel for them. That Baron, like I said earlier, it was bait. That didn't change even when you put Tally down. You just don't have the damage you need to take it right now. Look at the damage sources for Condors, right? Andrew's got a Kraken Slayer. Good, great. But no Blade of the Ruin King to follow up. Not a lot of, attack speed. Oh, Tally. Is nobody going to fist bump Tally? Oh,
no.
Sag.
We're depressed now. We're just sad. Fist bump your teammates, guys. Like, that's the least you can do, right? I think that's the
No,
the
Tali got
least.
picked. No fist bump.
Ah, okay, that's actually fair. All right, listen. No fist bump for someone that sacrificed their life to TP back in and try and help out. Either way, Sword get both major objectives on the map. They are now free to do whatever they want. They're right back on track to close out this game without really any resistance.
And I'm a little bit concerned as well for Condors. You're down 9,000 gold right now. It's almost 10,000 off the Baron take. You're up against a Baron up team, and I don't think you have enough wave clear to actually clear this out. Lazy Time Cat is about it. And with the Baron buff in tow, it's just so difficult. Like, one spell rotation probably won't clear the wave, so somebody's got to step up, and if you're not careful, you get hit by a claw from Animosity. That could spell death. The baby cage comes out, you just got to walk away and, you know, pray that nobody gets tagged by it. It's looking, even we've been saying it's looking rough, but it's just kind of going from bad to worse right now for Condors, and that's just how the game goes when a good team knows how to snowball.
I like it. We're seeing why IWU are the reigning champions from the Champions Division back in fall 2023. They're bringing that same sort of cohesion, that macro-style gameplay. And I mean, I give a lot of credit to their coaching division as well as just players themselves. They've done well.
Yeah.
Lobachitsky drawn into this fight again and again in a 1v1. You may be strong, but you're not strong as Animosity. The rest of the team there to back it up as a couple shots go down. Lobachitsky actually tried to go back in, but the shove is only going to do neutral amounts of damage. Turn around though as Millie goes out. Another baby cage lands. A meteor from the high ground means the claw brings it in.
No,
a
Lazaro!
TP super late from Lazaro as you had to run back, and that leaves it for Sword to take the base. Horn from downtown, you don't miss it this time. You are able to get a kill, but I mean, really, how much else are you going to get? Nexus Tower getting beat on. Tali wants to farm up more stacks. Flash out by Lazaro. Shark Eyes saying let's retreat, and it looks like they're gonna leave this base as is. Bot side damage and bloody, but Condor's still alive.
Truly, Lazaro embodying better late than never. That horn, the Call of the Forge God sniping Handy Taco actually just saved the game right now.
Yep.
For a little bit longer. That's still an hit down bot side. That's still an ingress point for Sword, and they can continue to go for that 4-1 split push if they want. Up on that top side of the map. Dragon coming up in 2.5 minutes. I'm going to be honest, I don't think it matters whatsoever. I don't think we're going to see Soul if Sword really want to push the pace in this game.
I was talking about earlier, hey, you know, Sword were losing a member every so often. It felt like 5 consecutive pickoffs, and I was like, hey, maybe there's a glimmer as Sword aren't able to kind of group up. That would be a difference. They've done it. They grouped up. They've already gotten over that hump. We're now hitting those large marks because guess what? My big boy has gotten a Rabadon's death cap in the back pocket. Tali is not dying without taking at least one person with him, and that's golden right there. If you take out one, you've done your job as a Vigar. Handy Taco, though, come on. I just talked y'all up.
Fine.
Please don't. Okay, just solo him out. Just solo him out. Just solo him out. Handy Taco slaying Wukong. Lazaro in a dangerous spot now. This could be the final fight. Weaver's Wall, though, to slow everyone down. Very appropriate right now as you see Animosity just jamming out.
And again, same problem with that Weaver's Wall as I said with the China Monsoon. You're resetting a fight. You're stopping the fight. That's fine for IW Sword. They are waiting for cooldowns anyways, so it's just like, okay, you want to reset the fight, we'll happily take it. We'll come back in for the burst. And speaking of which, Primordial Burst is still available if Tali can find the catch.
Oh, that's easy damage. Karami can't do nothing. Monsoon is gone. Lazy Time Cat running for their life. The Shark Eye dives in. No kill to be had, but look at the shred. Front to back is so true as mid is going to fall. Animosity underneath the tower now gains stats out of the Ord. It's one of the most damaging spots you can be in. Lobachitsky, though, going to try and help out. Arrows free firing in the back line, and it looks like the side of Sword are a little bit lower than they would really like. Lazy Time Cat trying to throw out a couple shards. Really, it's do you want to keep fighting or not? Animosity's so tanky, by the way. Those orange stats are massive when you kill them in the Death Realm. You go ahead and back away, though. You say, hey, we don't have to. We have a late game composition. We can do whatever. As it is still the Nexus Tower to fall. The base is in shambles right now for Condors.
Condors are in shambles right now. The one saving grace that keeps getting them is they keep finding Handy Taco somehow in the chaos. It's like the main fight is over, and then something just hits Handy Taco, and there's a team Dark and takes him out, and there just isn't enough physical damage for Sword to quite end it. But it's still a victory lap for Swords right now. They are still doing incredibly well, and they are still super strong in the front to back fight right now. Dragon coming up in about 10 seconds. Condors are kind of in the area, and I'm not sure they should be.
It's not Soul. Why would you even try? At this point, you could try and sack Lopachinski, but is it really worth it? They're just going to storm your base. Sort of like, give us a moment, give us a chance, do anything. Karami, gonna look over the wall. They are actually going to challenge. They're going against your better judgment here, RMC. They're saying, yeah, let's challenge for this. We have everyone up. Handy Taco this time far away from the rest of the enemy team is actually going to take the scuttle real quick. Lazaro now stepping out to the front lines. Level 15 is able to hold on. Lazy Time Cat, though, without that spell shield. Dragon dragged a little bit towards the top side of the map, as this is going to be a little bit dangerous. Down to about 5k. Time Cat trying to get in the middle. Shark Guy diving into the backslide, and it's going to be a slaughter. Time Cat is just dead. A huge horn, but is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Lopachinski slaughtered, or almost slaughtered in the back, and that just leaves the rest of the team to die. A good dragon pickup by Tali secures the third. The rest will fall, and Illinois Wesleyan University Sword will get another ace.
Tally actually just straight TP'd into the base. He doesn't want to mess around. He wants this done and over with, even though he's the scaling champion, and will do so solo in the finishing picture. Wow. Oh, bro, what a dominant game from IWU, showing us why they're the reigning champions. They took control of the game and just never let up. Conestoga, they didn't get to show any of their stuff. They just got stomped in lane and just, that was it.
And I think it falls back to that bottom. You pointed out there were some roster shuffles on the side of the Condors, and it feels bad. It feels bad all day long, but we said Andrew's got to step up. Unfortunately, you were given that option, and I think IWU came out with a huge, huge game plan, and it worked to perfection. Looking into game number 2 for the side of the Condors, what do you want them to change up here? What do you think changes for them, since they also have side select?
Yeah, I think, first of all, Conestoga needs to draft a little bit more early game for themselves, whether that be counters, because I think IWU, they drafted really good counters, and that was what gave them those sort of very favorable lane matchups, which they kind of took over. Now, I don't know necessarily if the Sword just have better laners, or whether that was a function of the draft. So I'd like to see Conestoga actually get some winning lanes for a change, and then at least if you lose, then, well, you just got hand stiffed. But right now, I'm not sold they got hand stiffed. I think that was just kind of draft diff a little bit, and then IWU knowing how to close out a game really, really well.
Really well drafted from the side of IWU. Let's see if they can do it again here in game number 2, or if the Condors will be able to bounce back. Please don't go anywhere. The NECC playoffs of the Champions Division will continue in just a bit. And we are back once again because we gotta be here. We gotta see this match all the way through because game one showed us that the Kings are still supreme. IWU Sword. They came out of the gate with a very strong composition, and it felt like, I know we were looking at the bot lane, but man, bot lane, mid lane, 80 jungle, so everywhere for IWU Sword was winning.
Yeah, they didn't have a single losing lane, and we touched on that quite heavily in the postgame, the fact that Conestoga Condors need a winning lane somewhere. And I feel like the lane that exemplified this best was top lane overall, because we didn't talk about top lane. We didn't have to, but every time we went up top, it was Animosity just kind of beating Lazaro up, scaling up, and when they were finally unleashed into teams, I was thinking, okay, Ornn's the better team fighter, right? Ornn wants to be unleashed. But what I forgot was that Lazaro was holding Animosity back. And the Animosity got into the fights. That was deadly.
You ever seen the trash compactor come down your road? Like, that was it. That was Animosity just, like, rolling down the way. It's like, I see something. Let's just toss it in the kill feed. Let's toss this one in there, too. It's just, it was crazy. And then even in the mid lane, Tali having a very nice streak. Yes. We consistently saw them kill Lazy Cat. A primordial burst to the back of the head, and you're just annihilated. And we cannot forget about Shark. I know I talked about all the lanes. Shark, in literally all of them, except for top, but very, very active, unkillable until about minute 25.
Yeah, and one of the fun things as well is the jungler-lane relationship. A lot of times we talk about junglers ganking the lanes to get them ahead, but a lot of times if all your lanes are winning, the jungler starts to look really good as well, because now Sharkive can go to any lane he wants, and he knows that there's a gank angle there. Now, granted, sometimes it doesn't always turn out perfectly. We saw that on the bot lane dive, that things got really messy and they did give up some kills, but it speaks to how far ahead IWU were as a squad, that Sharkive, even when that gank kind of went sideways, it was still Sword coming out ahead, it was still Sharkive surviving and picking up the remainder of those kills.
I mean, even with an arrow to the back of the head, you're like, okay, no, we're good. We're in a bush. We're hiding. We're fine. And that still leads me to the next part, which is, again, we're talking about this bot lane and how things kind of got out of control and situations occurred. And we mentioned that Andrew is still stepping in, and we have to give a lot of credit there. Andrew stepped in, last minute said, hey, I'll hop in for this match. I am fresh set. We looked at the Ashe Janna, we said, maybe something else than that. The Ashe, we think, was okay, but the Janna felt like it gave a little bit too much leeway to the Lucian, Milio, if we were to see that bot lane be a focus. Once again, whether on red side or blue side, RMC, what would you rather see in this bot lane? What kind of pairing would you prefer to see in this situation?
So I think a lot of that Janna criticism, Orbital, is because Janna fell behind. If they were ahead, Janna Ashe can be quite oppressive because you just run people down. The added adapt damage can be massive, and the pick potential on the resets to kind of give you that safety. I could see how they were thinking about it, but that's assuming you win the lane. And now we know that you can't make that assumption. So it depends on Andrew for me. Andrew being the new player coming in, he likes a lot of scaling champions. Things like the Ashe, the Jinx, the Smolder, the Senna, Twitch, Kog'Maw, that's a champion pool, right? So I'm assuming that he's not going to play lane dominant picks. And if that's the case, then I want to see Karami on, I think, sort of safer supports that can either heal you to keep you up, and or something like a CC bot just to prevent dives. That, to me, that depends on just how rough do you think this bot lane is going to be. If you think if you can play safe and survive, pick the Enchanter. If you think that you're going to get doled like we saw last game and you really need to be able to protect your AD carry, pick something like that Nautilus. Maybe like a Braum, something that can really sit back and just hold tight while the rest of the map does the rest of the thing.
I mean, for the rest of the map situation, Lopachinski, even in that loss, felt like they were pretty active. I wouldn't say
100%.
having a great impact, but very active, trying to track down Sharkeye, trying to follow up on the ganks. We saw in about, I want to say 10 to 17 minutes, in that time frame, we saw an almost swap for the Condors. They automatically started going, hey, we're going to roam bot. We're just going to look for kill after kill. I can't remember the number of times that we saw the Talia roam down. I was just like, why are they bot? They're just doing it again. They're repeating. I give a lot of credit to Lopachinski, the swap up, the roll swap and everything. Do we see something a little bit more powerful? Was the Wukong good? I mean, is there going to be any change?
I mean, here's the problem. I think Lopachinski was the best part of the Conestoga team last game. In fact, the early kills that kind of stabilized the mid lane for Lazy Timecat was Lopachinski ganking into the mid lane. But I don't know if Lopachinski is a carry style player is the problem. He's good, but the champion pool, keep in mind, he's not actually a jungle main. He's actually an AD carry main, right? So the carry mindset might be there, but the champion pool might not, unless we see something like a jungle Twitch. It'd be wild, but hey, that is a way to carry. Oh, bro, we're into draft, and worth noting is that Conestoga Condors have opted for the red side, and I kind of like it because now you get to see what you're playing into, and we talked about having winning lanes. Well, easiest way to do that, pick a counter pick in some of these lanes.
Gotta go back to get us the best lanes possible, have a little bit of fun with that one. At the current moment, bans are pretty much the same. I think this is appropriate for the side of Sword. And it's like, yo, we pretty much dominated all the way through. The Kings still have their crown, not even a little bit of blood at our feet. We're just going to run it back. For the side of Condors, this is where things get tricky. A lot of what you banned away were very priority pick and heavy situations. It felt a lot more like it was targeted. Do you actually drop those targeted bans? Do you actually sit there and say, hey, we want to allow a little bit of a shift? At the current moment, it's still 4 for 4, 5 for 5 now from game number 1.
Yeah, because for me, IWU doesn't really need to change anything up unless they want to pick it themselves. So if they do open something up, I was expecting maybe the Senna so that they can pick it for themselves. If not, they're good. If anything, Condors now have a rough time, and that was what I was curious about. Do we see the Kled ban come through? Because while Kled is Animosity's by far favorite champion and most played champion, at the same time, it's not something that you might be willing to blind and might not pick in the first rotation. So if anything, I expect to see the Kled kind of either picked B3 or picked in the B4, B5 position in the second round. Tally gets Talia.
All right, listen, last time it was a little bit tricky. It was the Vigar. We also saw other people get their favorite champions. Now Tali literally gets it, and then a Smolder. Okay, so I don't think we really touched on it in game number 1. Smolder dropping in priority, or we did, but we didn't explain why. To grab it first round for the Condors, I think is a little bit surprising.
You know what? Yeah, because on this patch especially, Smolder did get nerfed again, right? The snot bubble range got a little bit nerfed. The execution threshold got lowered even further. I believe it's 6 point something % right now when you finally get it at 225 stacks. So surprising that you're picking it this early, especially when you're playing to a Talia who can't control the range. Smolder has to play within Talia range, and that leaves you very vulnerable to a lot of things. I really like the Vex pickup, though, for Lazy Time Cat. Not a champion I expected him to play. That, to me, feels more like a Tally champion, and I'm curious what he can do with this Vex, especially against the likes of a Talia.
At this point, though, I don't know if even Vex can keep everyone off. Sort of going all in on this all in. I am loving what they're doing right now. Shark Eye and Tali getting their preferred picks. Handy Taco following up as well with that Kaisa. A little bit on the nose. Again, you are going pretty heavy into this without seeing the supports. But with the Gnar behind it, Lazaro maybe going to be looking for those counter bans to come out here.
Yeah, and I think Gnar is probably one of the better blind picks. He doesn't have that many terrible lanes. Notably, I think Gragas and Malphite come to mind. And the question is whether Animosity plays those sort of champions. I'm willing to kind of say no. I do, however, expect a Kled ban in this second phase overall, because one of the people that can run down an Gnar in the top lane is a Kled. The early laning can be kind of rough, but once you get access to that charge, Gnar becomes highly vulnerable. Smolder becomes highly vulnerable. And as good as Vex is at blocking dashes, charge is not a dash.
It's just not very available. That's going to be a double up, though. Jungle and support bans coming out for Sword, saying, hey, we can't let the Braum through. I think this is very appropriate. Also got to take away other sorts of lockdown, maybe not in the top lane, but in the jungle. And there it is. You called it RMC. Psychic, as always, saying the Kled has to be banned away. You really can't let it go. And now we get to see a field of jungle and support for the side of the Condors. You can go ahead and counterpick that jungle side. Say, hey, let's go ahead, throw something in, and it is going to be that Wukong. So Lopachinski back on that Wukong that we said did have some okay presence in game number 1.
Yeah, fair enough. I was hoping Orbital for something like a Poppy where you can continue creating more frontline and space for the Smolder. I do feel like that's going to be key, but the Wukong was just so effective for Lopachinski that I have no problems, no argument for this pickup right now. I do still feel like they need a very CC heavy bot laner. Nautilus has been taken off the board by Sword. I love that pickup as a deny as well as an engage. Okay. Cassante into Gnar is an interesting one. I actually think Gnar is a winning matchup into the Cassante. So it feels like you just wanted another unit who could go diving with the Kaisa. And for Condors, okay. I was going to say Alistar would be a great pick, but Leona works perfectly fine too. It's great into the Nautilus. It gives you another source of engage as well if you do happen to need it. And you can always use the solo flare as a defensive sort of tool as well when the death ball starts rolling in.
It's I'm very glad you threw in those last few words, because it literally is first Sword. They traded out the sword for a literal bowling ball to roll at these 5 pins on the other side. I mean, you look down the lane, I don't see a single person on this side that is going to want to look back towards their own base and try to play the game. They will not. They will not take backing away as a correct answer. We are getting into game number 2. Illinois Wesleyan University Sword are looking to continue their win streak and push on to the semifinals. A quick ward snapped away by Shark Eye and Animosity. Extra 5 gold in your pocket. Already a dub on the board.
Yep, the XP kind of being shared a little bit there. We're seeing Lazy Time Cat, Karami walk in as well, trying to just be able to track where Shark Eye is going to be. Because, to be fair to Shark Eye, I think Shark Eye did have a lot of impact early. We saw both junglers kind of look toward that mid lane, and I expect to continue seeing that this particular game. Anytime there's a Talia, you kind of want to get her ahead, because she can act as sort of that secondary jungler, secondary ganker, and apply a lot of pressure into side lanes.
Oh boy. Fable and Handy Taco, don't do it to him.
No, it's a Smolder. You definitely do it to him.
I know, I know, but I'm so sad. If this works, Sword are gods pretty much at this point. If this works, you set behind pretty much what the Condors wanted to do. Karami, you gotta check the bush. Karami, don't do this. Don't do this. Andrew needs some help. Welcome to the Rumble Dome. At least someone's gonna take some damage. And actually, it's Handy Taco to start things off. Good body block going in, but that's got a huge chunk of damage off Karami's back. Andrew is relatively safe, but still HP disadvantage on either direction.
Yeah, and I like that Karami did start the Shield of Daybreak. I'm not sure if they held till they actually saw the engage before choosing the skill. But you still lose the trade because you're paired with a Smolder, unfortunately. Yep. And because Karami takes all that upfront damage, it does mean that Karami has to play very defensively for the next little while. You actually have to be scared of those dredge lines coming through. Normally, as a Leona, you take Shield of Daybreak number 1, you take Eclipse number 2, and go, come at me, bro. You don't get to do that when you hop out.
Nope. You are on the back foot of, if anyone comes to my face, I will stun them and pray to God they don't kill me. That's what you're looking at. Both junglers. Well, starting out on the top side, this is a mirror of game number 1. Granted, last time around, Shark Eye made a little bit of a detour towards that mid lane, broke the flash out of Time Cat, ended up receiving a kill. So, a little bit of a difference there. Instead, going for the full clear on either side.
Yeah, and I'm liking that from the Condors this time because you have that winning matchup with that Nara to the Cassante, which, by the way, Sword opted for. Animosity knows exactly what he's playing into, so you don't have to worry about trying to help out the top side in the early game. You get to focus into the bot lane, which has been the the part that has been exposed a little bit. Shark Eye, okay?
They knew Lopaczynski was there. They had double wards down, and they're going to chase. However, flashback to Timecat as they get shocked up, and that's a huge blast cone to push Timecat out with a flash as well. Lopaczynski and more so losing a lot. Another shove as his first blood gifted to Shark Eye.
I don't know if Lazy Timecat was trying to play cute and say, I'm going to predict that you think I'm going topside, flashing that way, but went kind of linearly, and Fable is right there. Tally's cooldowns came back up, and they find first blood, and it's on to Shark Eye. Orbital, the jungler we're talking about getting pressure everywhere on the map. Bot lane, Karami still taking a lot of poke as Fable kind of just skirting the very edges of that turret.
I want to point out the fact that Karami and Andrew do not want to try and fight back is a whole difference. Animosity now on the top side, going to eat a little bit of damage, though. Good shove out as Lopaczynski can't actually stay. Lazar was trying to take up with Megadar, but it doesn't work, and Animosity lives without breaking a sweat.
Good play from Animosity. Did use the ghost, pardon me, to be able to position a little bit better. But now, Lazy Timecat, no flash here.
Really nice fear, though. You're going to lose a decent amount of HP. Oh, that shove back is more than I thought, and it's done. All right, listen, the jungle roam was a problem number 1, but this mid lane kill, it's happening again.
I'm so worried. We called for Conestoga. What they really needed this game was a winning lane somewhere to play through, and I thought they had it with Azar on the top side. I thought the rest of the lanes could then play kind of stable with Lopaczynski kind of just shadowing and making sure that they're protected. But the mid lane, Shark Eye smells blood in the water, goes right back to that flashless Vex. And the scariest thing, Orbital, he can do it again.
I did mention that with how many dive buddies there were, Sword can pretty much negate what Vex was hoping to lay down. You're hoping to hang on to that fear, shock everyone away, but you just keep walking at him. One more death, and I don't think it's going to be easily comebackable. Condor's already feeling that pressure from game number 1. Of course, big difference. It is that topside Animosity not having a favorable time, as we said, but more than holding their own. Curious where Condor's going to start laying down that pressure. We can see a little bit of warding and vision as Lopaczynski still hanging around that topside.
Bot lane was frozen by Sword onto Condor, so that lane probably not the best for Lopaczynski to look at. Shark Eye actually in the area as well, daring Andrew to step up right now.
Oh boy, there it is. I mean, you do have flash and a heal coming out of Andrew, but it's Karami that's the main goal. You get the kills where kills go. No gifting and respecting support lies here. You take the kills where you can get them.
Yeah, I love Fable actually stepping up, making sure that if you flash, it's a waste good on Karami to hold that, but you still do go down. Lopaczynski trying to find whatever he can on the other side of the map as he started up the grubs early and could potentially look for a dive once again topside.
I think this time Animosity realizes you don't really have that favorable HP bar. Not only that, ults are on the table for Lazar. You gotta back away. And honestly, that's okay. As soon as I hear the rest of my team getting kills, if I'm playing mid, I'm automatically switching from I gotta get kills to I just need to survive. On the bot side, though, we are seeing Fable say, hello, hello, Karami. You don't want to be here. Hook just going just a share wide.
And that's fine. Neither AD carry even looking at the supports there. Y'all can have your own supportal combat. We know nobody should be going down in that wet noodle fight. And they're just trying to shove in. Once again, get the pressure, get that reset. And I'm curious to see what Handy Taco actually comes back to lane with. Did buy an early tier. So despite not having the combat power, still in full control of the lane, if you can sort of get a major component built up. Okay, Caulfield's Warhammer with the longsword. The level 6 spike is a place you can look to try and burst down that smolder.
I mean, it might be a little bit of a far dive. You take a look, the heal and ghost is both currently up. So, Andrew, I mean, you haven't really been forced to do anything just yet. But I'm so curious. This is, you know, at, I want to say about 6 minutes in the previous game. We already had 5. We're currently sitting on 3, so a little bit more measured from Sword's side. Maybe that's just because, again, the Condors maybe not being as scrappy as they were before, and maybe the compositional wise it's been a little bit safer. What we are seeing is Sharkov again roaming into Lopachinski's side after Lopachinski stole a couple buffs from them.
Yeah, and last game it was a 3-2 at 6 minutes. This time it is a 3-0. So yeah, as you kind of pointed out, it is Consuelo unfortunately not quite answering back the way that hoped with the composition I think that they've already drafted for themselves. And for now, I still have hopes that this top lane for Lazaro could be a place where the Condors look to break open the game. I fear if it doesn't get ahead, the mid-game roll round, that was where Sword really started to take over.
I mean, they're chilling. That timer is ticking away. You could have seen as well Tali hoping to make a roam down. Not much else behind it, though. As we are seeing, again, this freeze on the bot side. You mentioned it earlier. Seeing it twice in a row feels so bad. That is, again, about a 30 CS deficit here on... I mean, this is not frozen. I think this is like 2 or 3 in a row now. I mean, Fable's running interference, and I don't think this is actually what you want. Fable's just chilling, and Karami and Andrew, rightfully so, look frustrated.
I mean, there is a small level lead, right, for Karami and Andrew over Fable. Andy Taco is level 6, but... if you can try and burst down the Nautilus, if you can get a poke, maybe you can try and find an angle there. Lopachinski seeing the similar thought, is level 6 and has Cyclone.
I mean, they were trying to bait this one out for quite a while. Fable running away, but Handy Taco having to run the same. Here comes Tali, though. This bot side is a little bit different. Kill goes down number 1, but the ensuing death might help. And that's going to be Timecat to come in and help out. Big damage to wall. Another tag and then some. Handy Taco is out, but Sharkov is going to look to finish. Another Q goes off, but you don't get more. It's actually a 1-for-2 in favor of Condors.
There we go. That's what the Condors needed to do, and it came at a critical time. Orbital, they were playing on a knife's edge. Literally, Timecat soaked up so many turret shots. One more, you're dead. One more auto from Sharkive, and you're dead. But you didn't die. You win the trade 2-for-1. And it buys a bit of breathing room for this bot lane, as well as giving kills over to Lopachinski and Lazy Timecat, who are probably the two who are going to need to pop off in this mid game to keep Condors in the game long enough for Andrew to skill up.
I give a lot of credit to Andrew as well. You knew the only way, really, that Fable was going to go in is if you were stepping up. You sacrifice your life for the greater good. You get something back. Yes, you need a stack. Maybe it wasn't essential to die, but you got the job done to an extent. And now we get to see this bottom lane in a little bit more aggressive state. Now you get to take that freeze. Now you get to play with a little bit of the resources on your own. What we are seeing is resource giving, though. 3 grubs on either side will be the call.
Whoa. I wouldn't say that Andrew and Karami get control of the lane to freeze. Handy Taco.
Well, they attempted to. They attempted to. I think I saw a little bit. I know it's smolder. You don't really freeze it smolder.
They might look to dive, though. I think that's a much more feasible idea, especially now that Karami is 6, has Solar Flare available for the range engage.
Handy Taco knows. Handy Taco's like, yo, I want nothing to do with Karami. I love it, the D-port. The D-ported streams, and you are putting a lot of CS under this time. Okay, never mind, I lied. I'm being proven wrong every which way I turn. Still, though, another great invade from Lopachinski. Did this on the top side, now on the bot side as well.
Yeah, and the kill threat was there, right? Like, we're just touching on the Leona with the Wukong. There is a lot of burst damage available. I don't know if they actually track Fable on the other side of the map, but Fable getting caught here.
It looks like they did track pretty dang well. Andrew calling in Mom for a little bit of backup to gather their first kill of the game. Repeat.
Cyclone still available for Lopachinski, so the dive is still on the table if there's a wave coming in, and I'm just curious to see if Lopachinski decides to wait around. No, they're going for efficiency instead. Dragon is up and on the table with Fable down and not anywhere in the area. The Condors should be able to pick this one up.
I like the call. I can appreciate the call quite a bit, and I mean, it's dark. There's no way to really know. You hardcore assume because you saw Andrew and Karami wander over there. So it's a good pickup. Right now, 1 dragon apiece. We get to see which soul will be played for as Handy Taco looking for extra damage underneath this tower. Push up quite far. They're actually looking for this dive. They know the dragon's being taken, and Andrew is actually just dead. I actually really like that, but Handy Taco is now in a dangerous spot. Tries to kill instinct to safety, but leaves Fable in its own right. And again, it happens one more time. Condors completely forget about Fable, but zone in on the right target. Handy Taco dead.
These 80 carries are just trading their lives, and I love that the Condors are first to move. Let's not forget Tally has Weaver's Wall, so theoretically, you've got more map global pressure, but we've seen both times now. Lazy Time Cat is the first to shove in the bot lane, first to help out and really swing things their way, and that does mean that both 80 carries, neither's getting a significant advantage from these sort of dives, right? Both of them are going down, neither of them's picking up the extra farm. The advantage is coming from when Handy Taco is just alive and able to zone out Andrew and Karame.
It's such a real thing, and I think my favorite part is the fact that these two mid laners have ults that the extra bushes from the Soul Dragon, this Ocean Soul, completely negate. You can ward up all you want, it doesn't matter. These two are going to be flying in so quickly to bully you out. Handy Taco, though, coming back with that mana immune. Should be the mirror mana later on. Maybe I got that backwards. I still keep getting those names mixed up. Animosity, though, we haven't talked about them in the top side. Quietly holding up and actually dives under the tower with that and is now in danger, maybe not so comfortable with this champion as we thought, and it's gonna draw a kill for Lazaro. And now with Meganar, you can actually get a double kill. Dodges out those Shark Eye, getting away from the wall up. Time Cat able to help out. Shark Eye doesn't have another dive, doesn't even have flash. A flash forward though and a slam against the wall, as that is a stun rally a dream shutdown for Lazaro, as it's a 2-for-0 in the top side. Lopachinski getting shards to the face, eats one more time. Still though, big win for the Condors on the top lane.
Tally on his namesake Talia there, able to kind of try and even things up a little bit. But at Orbital, we were talking about the fact that Lazaro needs to start popping off, and he is starting to do that in a blind pick matchup, by the way. Sure, I do think Nar is the winning side of this matchup, but Animosity knew what he was playing into, said, hey, I can beat this with the Cassante, and Lazaro is showing him, no, you can't.
It's something that also rightfully needs to happen. Condors, we want that extra piece, and now on the bot side, we're seeing some more. Fable actually flashing in, though, saying, hey, we got to get a kill, and maybe that was the wrong move. It looks like you just got your bot laner killed. Lazy Time Cat gets one to their name, but Andrew, the main recipient of Fable's life.
No. I'm not putting that on Fable. Handy Taco had the option not to press the killer instinct, and you chose to go into a CC bot and a TP you knew was going to bring damage, whether it be Lazaro or Lazy Time Cat. Lazy Time Cat now 2-2-1, and as a Vex, you've got to be happy that you're picking up these kills. Your job is to be that assassin. That's
Tolly? Tolly said hello, and honestly, big stop by Karami because they're looking to try and fight the Smolder on the bot side. Take a look. It is Shark Eye diving for the light, but Tolly is the one that we're actually worried about. Fable still being alive, and Andrew is actually grouping with the rest of the team, but there is a death that we are wondering. A shot back as Lopachinski is just going to turn on Fable's life. Honestly, though, a support for ADC. It's a dub that way they look at it. Lopachinski, though, says it's not worth. We want a little bit more. Shark Eye now caught on the flip side. Karami, though, without any mana means that another sun can't really come down. Lopachinski running for their life. A few more damage pieces could be there. A knock up just at the crucial time, though, as it's going to be the pin missiles to come out here. Handy Taco, pretty handy with that Q, and now Lazy Time Cat will go down. Their time is up. The Cat is dead. Shutdown for the Kaisa.
I don't know what they put in this particular taco, but it's taken out the Cat. And unfortunately, I mean, Lazy Time Cat was doing so well. You were getting fed, and all of a sudden, Handy Taco out of nowhere. Now 4-2-1 before the Mirror Mana is complete, before the Luden's Companion is complete, before the big power spike for Kaisa is scheduled to come in. And IWU Sword, it looked like they were slipping a little bit, but they are firmly trying to reestablish themselves as being in the lead.
And this is actually where the dangerous part comes in. We talked about Lazaro in game number 1 on the Ornn, needing to break away from the rest of the game. I'd actually say in game 2, or break away from the lane to get with the rest of the team. I'd actually say that needs to happen this time as well, but for a vastly different reason. Lazaro has, I would say, a decent chunk of damage in their back pocket that could actually turn some of these team fights as well. You kind of want to unlock the Gnar to come in with this big wall up, with this big Gnar ult, and really deny the opportunity because, remember, Sword are all going in. Who better to stop than a giant Gnar?
Well, I think a Cyclone could stop them. Like a big glue from Lazy Time Cat or something. But I agree. I think Lazaro being having the lane he had, having the early game he had, would be massive for the team if he was actually there for these fights. Though Pachinski just going after Handy Taco right now. I don't think he's got enough damage to quite solo this out.
Oh.
Kurami's been
Ouch.
so huge,
Oh,
man.
do it. Do it. Do it. Yes! Yeah! Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I totally didn't cheer for that, Time Cat. You know, that's on you. I definitely didn't say anything about that.
Secret fan of Sword Orbital.
I'm a secret fan of Lee Syndrome is what I'm a fan of, okay? Listen, a skill shot lands, I follow skill shot whether or not it's under enemy tower.
That's fair. I've played with Orbital. Can confirm. Despite
Hey!
the hiccup, though, Condors are still going to be able to go for this dragon, pick themselves up the second Drake. Animosity and Shark Eye now punishing Lazaro, who's mini, and will
Jeez.
not get a chance at all to go Mega.
I like this call. Honestly, one Ocean, not the worst to give over, and you get more kills in the back pocket. Remember, Shark Eye was one of the big reasons we actually saw a massive swing in some of these major fights. Shark Eye, one of the main recipients of staying alive in that bot side kerfuffle
Wait,
of
we've seen
4.
this before.
And yeah, we have. That's also why I'm just watching, because I'm pretty sure I know who wins. And it is going to be but the difference is, Handy Taco wanted a piece as well, but they die in sets, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Meanwhile, on the top side, 2 towers fall to the Rift Herald. Sort of just like, yo, let's play every aspect of League of Legends all at the same time. Death, life, and towers.
I mean, that's what they did in game 1, no? Like, they were just everywhere all at once doing all the things.
Yeah.
And that's what accelerated the game in their favor. This time, though, Condors feel like they are able to match beat for beat. And one person I want to highlight for the Condors right now is Kurami. We've seen quite a few times now. 8 KP. That is the highest on the side of the Condors. Kurami is making this action happen. And just the way you're finding the picks, and the way now twice Kurami has stopped Tally mid-Weaver's wall in order to try and save the team. No, not Andrew, our dear observer. Kurami, that's the person we're talking about. That's the person who's popping off, and that's the person I'm still looking at for Condors to find a team fight win.
Down to the right. Down to the right. Go, Kurami. The one with the giant shield. That's actually, well, not 2 shields. 1 shield. Yeah, the big, okay, never mind.
The other big guy.
All right.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey! All right, we got Kurami. Kurami the big, it's true. I love this R5, and I say it all the time. You hear me all the time, RMC, but I'm sure some people do. There are some moments where the R5 needs to have impact. So far, Kurami is doing that. It's already looking miles better than game 1. However, we are now cresting into that mid-game. Remember, this is where Sword started to accelerate the game. Yes, they had a massive lead last time. This time it might not be that 6K. It's still 3 or 2.5. That's more than enough to cause some action. Straight up in the air as Kurami goes up, straight down, and then all the way around as Fable is the one almost caught, but getting away. As that's also a shadow stolen away. Time Guy doesn't have that ult. Lobachinski, though, has down Handy Taco, who once again is in the danger zone. But the shove, the size of the shove on the unraveled earth is just too good. On the flip, a tower dive occurs as down goes Vex. In this chase and scuffle, Condors are drawn away. When you chase to prey, you may lose all, but Andrew may get the damage. The stacks are there, but not the kills, and Shark Eye wants to go back in. A good shove against the walls. The Meganar turns it around. Shark Eye dies down. You get the kill on 1, and Andrew doesn't have enough to finish off the kills. At the end of the day, Sword is gonna live, and they're gonna grab Kurami's life as well. Andrew, the last one to fall, as a TP just for show. Animosity and Sword win an extended team fight.
Handy Taco and Tally, no health, no problem. They just dodged everything after the initial upfront burst, and with the fractions of health they had, Orbital, they were still able to pump out the damage, secure the turrets. Well, actually, they didn't get the dragon. Dragon wasn't on the table. They were just fighting for turrets across the board, and IWU Sword. This was the explosion we're waiting for in the mid game, and it's happening now.
I love it. Sword are proving, hey, early game, a little bit rocky. We still come out with a lot of the same kills. Shark Eye once again at 6 kills. Disgusting scoreboard. This time last was unkillable. 1 death, really not that bad. Fable still running interferences. Animosity haven't been tempered down in this top side. 1-1-1, so very, very strong. Kurami realizing they're in a little bit of a dangerous spot. Mom is being called in, but it barely does anything. Kurami is just shredded where they stand. Animosity still holding off 2, by the way.
Yeah.
As out goes Andrew, and Lazaro Lopachinski realize they're in trouble. A draw-in of the Monkey King may go down as Handy Taco watches Lazaro get beaten up. Animosity gets even more revenge for top lane.
And Baron is up and on the table. Orbital, if the Swords are looking to try and go for it. Now, it is a little bit dicey. Lopachinski does have Cyclone, and I mean, Animosity is not at the healthiest, but really, if you can't find the squishies, then I think Sword will be fine. So I love that Fable right now is kind of only bodyguarding and making sure nobody can kind of walk through that river. They know where Lazy Time Cat is. They know where, who's that other person? Lopachinsky as well in the mid lane are. So you know how to hit them off.
At least you got something. It's a drop in the bucket. Very, very minimal, but there were bounties available.
True.
And you get a slight bit of gold back. It always feels bad losing an objective and getting nothing. At least you get something. Now you can go on a warding mission. You can start dropping some wards. Maybe look to fight or steal the upcoming dragon to put yourself on soul point. Either that or find Shark Eye. That's the other call. Shark Eye fairly tanking. Lopachinsky stunned up though, and again dropped extremely low. This is gonna be a problem as Handy Taco gets the bloom. Crit Bloom is gonna hold out, but remember this is a little bit of a different fight. 4v5 as that's gonna be a stop. Shards are not gonna do enough work as Tali falls as well. Animosity wasn't there to body block, and it is a big win for the side of the Condors. Now they are gonna get away with the low HP bars, but they grab 3 kills. I call that a massive win.
Yeah, now the question is, will they survive? They are playing with fire, and Animosity is very, very tanky.
But this is not ADC, Handy Taco. This is APC throwing out those W's. But guess what? Animosity says, I am the death. This is why you don't allow the burn to come through. The stacks are real as Animosity takes it all and grabs that triple kill.
You're right, Orbital. Handy Taco ain't the AD carry. That's Animosity. All out mode. Has a bunch of damage.
Do it.
Does
Do it.
Oh! You see, and this is why I wasn't that concerned when I saw Animosity stepping up. Because I don't think they actually could have killed Animosity unless they fully committed. And if they do, it's dangerous. Handy Taco, though, might go down to a buff.
So Handy Taco's gotten a little bit crazy in games 1 and 2. Had a lot of silly moments, I would say. It would have been the icing on the cake to die to red buff. That would have been like the icing on the cake for Handy Taco. Dragon's currently being taken. It'll be evening up the score. 2 dragons to 2 as Sword closing in on Nye, a 7.5k lead.
Now, here's the silver lining in the clouds for Condors right now. The Baron buff was not used to push whatsoever. So IWU Sword did pick up Baron, but they will get no turrets off the back of it. In fact, Condors were actually the ones to find a turret on the initial Baron take. Now, it's a very thin silver lining, and the economy is not good for silver right now, so Condors still need to find some other way to get their gold and actually start to scale. Andrew, last I checked, was at 171 stacks, and that was probably about 2 minutes ago. So we're probably still not quite at the point where Smolder is going to be the big carry for the Condors.
Andrew sitting on 214. Not terrible. Still wish there were more. Oh my god. You want to talk about stacks? You want to talk about empowerment? Handy Taco with the original, the OG empowered abilities. That W decimating people. You did die in the last fight, so your Magi Soul Steal is only sitting on 2, but, you know, we don't really start talking about that until you hit about 10. It's going to be a jump over as you get the catch. Are you kidding me? Of all champions, you find Andrew. Andrew able to get over the wall to safety, and it looks like you got a root on the backside. It will be Animosity to fall. A little bit too far of a dive. Tali getting caught here. Time Cat goes on in. Immediately CC'd up. Has to go into the Zonias, but the rest of the team is here to back him up. Looks like they can do it, but again, the AoE is just too strong. Shark Eye goes in as well. It looks like they almost walked in 1 by 1, but Shark Eye still lives. Handy Taco and Tali still pumping out the damage. Look at these seismic shoves though, Tali, and it's Aaliyah main for nothing as it's Handy Taco on a rampage. Shark Eye gets a knock up on Lazaro as they go into Mininar, and for all the blood, for all the glory, it's going to be a 2 for 2.
2 pages, Orbital, 8 pages now in that book as Tali able to find some kills in that fight. And critically, Andrew is now past that 225 stack mark. We saw the execution thresholds start showing up on the health bar. But even though he's hit that critical point, I want to highlight in that last fight, Andrew, besides the initial burst onto Animosity under that turret, wasn't actually able to participate in the fight. The range issue we were talking about is starting to come through. And sure, you do a lot of damage, but can you actually get close enough to do that damage without getting popped before that?
I like that statement. You can do the damage, but can you do the damage? That's what you really got to look at. It's such a phrase, and it's too real. Right now, Andrew needs to have the opportunity afforded to them. 2.5 minutes on Dragon, so plenty of time to farm back up. Continue to try and hit that execution mark ever higher. and also just try and get vision down in your own jungle. Take a look at this. On the bot side, Sword are completely warded out around this dragon side. The entirety of the bottom side of Condor's jungle is lit up like a Christmas tree. However, on the top side, that's where Condors are putting their focus. Warding going down, defending against some invasive wards that could go down for Baron in a minute.
Yeah, and I'm still not sold that they can actually team fight for this Baron. So if they're setting down vision, what I want to see from Condors is actually more aggressive vision and try and catch Sword in rotation and not try and play passively and catch them like in your own side of the jungle. Lopaczynski getting hit by a depth charge.
We know how this goes. We see a lot of this aggression, and it looks like it's going to work again. Huge fear comes out, though, as they are actually shred TP on top. And it looks like the tanks aren't as strong as they thought they were. Animosity TPs or actually holds pretty dang strong because it was Lazar to jump into the mix. Sword actually have to give away this fight, but needless to say, Tali is still shoving in the bottom lane.
Yeah, split call from IW Sword. I don't know if they were banking on a Weaver's Wall coming in, but you opted to go into that fight 4v5, and there was literally a missing ping onto Tali, and Tali just did not move. So I assume that the comms are like, hey, let me just sit here and take this, and because of that, that's the two tanks dead for IW Sword as the Baron spawns. This is the best shot the Condors have right now at trying to take this. Instead, they're deciding discretion is the better part of valor, and they are not going to engage on this Baron.
Nope. Too much poke. Plus, Shark Eye's alive. Shark Eye is still pretty dang tanky. Oh, okay. Now we know why we are not seeing that chance. Now the Weaver's Wall comes in just to keep him here, and as long as Sword play long range, you can hurl swords at people. It's like a, I think it's considered a little bit of bludgeoning damage or so, but we'll see how it goes. They all scatter to the winds. Condor is running for their lives. But it is just going to be a hold. Remember, they can't give up too much space. They know the Baron's a priority target, and they have all 5 members up.
Yeah, and for the side of IW Sword, they're actually starting this right now. Poke lands.
Oh, that really snuck in. Time Cat now down to about 60% HP. If you dive in, it's going to be a problem. Animosity, running interference, Baron down to about 2k HP. It's going to be smited away. It's going to be taken in the death of bounds as well. Lazar has to run away, but the rest of Sword are chasing in. The melts are going through as Condors are taken out of the sky. Lopaczynski running for their life, but a snipe from Shark Eye ends their life killing spree for their namesake as Tali is 8-3 and 13. 20 stacks on the Magi's as Illinois Wesleyan University Sword look to move on to the semifinals.
20 seconds on Andrew. I'm going to be honest, Andrew isn't going to be able to stop this, even with Lazaro helping out. Their saving grace is that the wave is taking a while to come in. Lazaro, if you die in that game...
That's death again. You don't give Tali to Leah and expect to win the game. It is Sword to carry on in one of the most one-sided quarterfinal matchups we've seen. It will be the Sword squad moving on 2-0.
And Orbital, you call it one of the more one-sided matches we've seen. I want to give huge props to IW Sword for making it seem that way. And it's all in the early game. This team... just from the very get-go, in all the lanes, they know how to apply pressure. The one losing lane they had this game was Animosity in the top side, and granted, Animosity knew what he was running into, and he still had so much impact in the late game. As for Conestoga Condors, Game 2, massive improvement from Game 1, but just not enough. Maybe if we had 5 games, or maybe they can continue scaling, maybe they come back a little bit, but right now, it's only quarterfinals, it's a best of 3, and Conestoga, they just ran out of games to scale up in.
It's unfortunate, and honestly, huge props to them for making it here. We understand roster swaps always feel pretty rough, and Andrew, props to you. Jumping in, trying to help out. You did the best that you could. Massive respect to Conestoga. Unfortunately, their run ends here, and that'll be it for the matchup here tonight. There's another one later on, though, as well. We have another Champions Division matchup coming up here. It'll be the Arcane Comets. Yes, that's their name. Going up against UHSP Utectics coming up here in just a little bit, so please don't go anywhere. A brand new set of casters with a brand new set of teams will be on the horizon in just a bit.
Welcome in, everybody, to the NECC Champions League for League of Legends. We have made it to the quarterfinals. It's been a really, really long season, and yet we have 8 teams now vying for the trophy. We've got a great quarterfinal series on our hands between the Comets and the U-Tactics. Both of these teams really, really close in their respective standings. My name is Yanni. I'm joined here by Shibby. Shibby, it's do or die, right? It's all playoffs. It feels like every game you and I have cast in the last, 3 weeks has been you win or you go home, right?
Playoffs? You talking about playoffs?
Yeah. You kidding me?
Yeah, we're in playoffs. It does feel like every game kind of is do or die, or like it matters the most. But in reality, every team starts 0-0 here, right? It doesn't really matter what your regular season score is. That's what I love about playoffs, is that you can kind of start with a clean slate. Maybe you had some rough games on the back end, or maybe you started rough. That all doesn't matter now. You've had a week to prepare for your opponents. It's best of 3. We've got a stellar matchup, I think, here between 2 teams that are really looking to kind of make a splash, right? That are like not well known, not really kind of, well known in the overall collegiate scene. But if they win here, if they make a run, maybe some eyes will be onto them.
And you talk about, maybe early season struggles, not for these teams, right? These teams both, if you were to combine both leagues, right, they were top 5 teams, right? So this is really, really strong stuff. And it's a shame that we're seeing it out of our quarterfinals match. This would be something that could be reserved for a semifinal match potentially. But I am excited to see these 2 teams go and do battle. Last time we saw the Comets, they were near the top of West A. As you can see on your screen, the starting lineups: Paul, John, Zarif, Chimney, and Nabisi. This was a really, really good team. They did not get the win over Texas Tech Red, who was the top team in their division. However, cemented themselves as the second best team in the group.
Yeah, Chimney, I felt like had a pretty solid performance against Texas A&M Maroon. I think they were doing very, very good. The people to watch for me, like you mentioned, Chimney, Paul in the top lane, and especially against their opponents, who I think have 2 very star-studded laners that have been playing in and out of the competitive scene, have played in Tier 3, have played in those leagues. We've got UHSP Esports here. We've got Johnny Rockets, James, Evrot, Sir Zipri, and Regis in the bottom lane. And Johnny Rockets and Zipri, again, 2 individuals, the bottom laner and the top laner, have very much impressed me since they debuted way back then. I want to say like 2022, and they've only continued to get better. And I think with this collegiate team, they can kind of just rock the boat a little bit when it comes to being noticed and beating better teams potentially.
Yeah, and what's really weird about them is, they lost to Mizzou, who finished in second in their group.
Yeah.
But other than that, they had a really, really good season. But they took a late season loss to the University of North Texas, who only finished 2-5. I believe that was the second to last week of the season. So This is a team that is, we're not quite sure what they're coming in and looking like. And from the last time they played, their lineup looked to be swapped around a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you're only as good, in my opinion, you're only as good as your last game, as your last practice. That's why it's so important. Taking that late season loss, like you mentioned, could have shown some cracks in their armor just a little bit. Maybe they figured out, or maybe they just didn't care because they were playing a lower seeded team, a team that they kind of underestimated here. I don't think that happens right here in this playoff match where it is, like you mentioned, do or die. I think they take it very seriously. Like you mentioned, the roster being shuffled around. I think they got a good group of players, a good core that regardless of where you see people going, whether it's Zipri, Johnny Rockets, whoever, I think they've got some really consistent good players here as we head into the draft. We've got the Comets on the blue side, UHSP on the red side, and we are on, I believe, the latest patch here, 14.6. Azir is still disabled, I believe, so that hasn't been fixed, so that mid laner is going to be removed from the game and from our competitive series here. But is there anything of note that you think could pop up in this new patch in this series?
I'm not really sure, man. There's a couple of changes that I was like, oh, this is really, really good. I'm really happy about that. But realistically, I feel like these teams are just going to go with some of the tried and true picks. Volibear was a champion terrorizing on 14.5. He's still really strong. Yeah, coming into 14.6, right? So I personally don't see why they would deviate from what's been going on. But maybe we will see a pocket pick or 2 come out.
Yeah, I think the Smolder nerfs that came in, not that impactful. I was hoping for him to get hit with harder nerfs, but I think they kind of put him in a spot where they capped his execution damage. Maybe that's the tap that he needed to kind of put him into place, because it always feels like the other scaling champions in the game scale with gold, scale with other things. Smolder's the one that scales with stacks, and once he gets to that point, it feels like it's a nuclear arms race to like shut him down, end the game before he hits 225. Once that happens, the game warps and teams can come back here. As we see 3 mid lane bans from the Comets, putting heavy respect onto Evrot's name here. When you look on the UHSP side, a little bit of a mixed bag of bans here. They threw an AD carry, a jungler, a flex pick. The Comets really want to keep Zarif comfortable and don't want to give Evrot any of his power picks that should open up UHSP, their other laners, to get some of their favorite stuff.
Yeah, you mentioned shutting down. Well, they're trying to shut down Everett in the draft phase. And I mean, this guy is really, really fantastic. Currently sitting at Challenger, 800 LP. Like this guy's legitimate, right? He just played a game with Prince before the game today, right? So this guy is definitely ready and raring to go. So we are going to see the first pick Maokai come out. And an interesting response of first pick Caitlyn. Can be a little dangerous, but there is that Volibear that I so astutely mentioned earlier.
Yeah, Caitlyn, cool champion. I think it's very good at shutting down these late game kind of AD carries that we've seen. There's 2 routes you can go. You can either partake in the arms race and say, I'm going to pick Kog'Maw for Smolder, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Or you can just look to smash the other laner in completely, right? If they pick something scaling with a Caitlyn, with the Lucian. I like this because it opens up to like Caitlyn Lux. This Maokai, though, for the Comets, can be flexed into 3 different roles. As they do see the Ornn being locked in, still can be flexed into support, into jungle. And I think the Comets will want to keep that up until they see a little bit more of UHSP's draft. The Ornn being locked in, though, for the Comets, this just screams, I don't want to fight you. I just want to scale until the end of time.
What do you mean, bro? His level 1 E got buffed by 2 seconds. Let's go. This is lane bully or no, I'm just getting out there. No. This is a really nice setup. One of the best setups. Whenever you're gonna pick a Jinx and you're like, yeah, you also have an Ornn and a Maokai on your team, your mouth is watering. You're like, I'm gonna make it to late game. I'm gonna get an Ornn item. Oh my god, they're all gonna be rooted. Oh man, I'm in heaven.
Yeah, agreed here. And when that Ornn gets locked in, I think UHSP does a very good job. The Braum opened up, and Caitlyn Braum's not even like a half bad lane, right? If you can get the Winter's Bite on, you can start pelting away with the autos. You have the ability to block the Ornn horn. It becomes a game of chicken for both the Ornn and the Braum. It's like, how long can I hold my shield, and how long are you going to hold your ulti here? As we do get more bans coming in, Comets are taking no chances at all. Evrot is going to have to go deep in the bag. He's going to break the piggy bank, look into the couch. He's got to find some champions dug deep into the cushions, because right now, these are 5 mid lane bans for him.
Maybe he pulls out one of the old champions from under the fridge. You know, when you drop something, you just kick it under the fridge by mistake. Oopsie day, by mistake, I should say, you know.
Mistake.
So we'll see what the options are. We are going to see Olaf get locked in here. And oh my God,
love this.
This UHSP team is going to be absolutely nuts. The Eutectics have a really nice draft going on here. Just really burly team. Again, you know, much like the Jinx having the Ornn and the Maokai, if you're a Caitlyn and you have this sort of team, you are also foaming at the mouth, right? You are like, my early game is so much better. We're going to do some crazy stuff.
I love the Olaf too, because you can just power through all the CC that is the Ornn, the Maokai, stuff like that. I was hoping that maybe UHSP would pick up the Karma here if they are going to go for that Olaf.
Your favorite.
Right? A very skirmish heavy. I love that champion. I think it's busted.
Same.
Not having it banned, even though it got tapped down quite a bit here, is surprising. I love the skirmish comp that UHSP had. Orianna being slotted in, that's everyone's mid laner, right? Any mid laner worth their weight in gold can play that champion. You have to play it. Into the Karma should be a fine matchup. You've got solid ball delivery systems with the Olaf, with the Volibear. I'm liking UHSP's composition here. It's a lot more early game focused. You can play for the early dragons, play for the early grubs, and you just have to kind of outvalue Comets in the early game to accelerate and kind of put them in a position where they're not comfortable to fight in. Kindred, Ornn, Jinx, these guys aren't going to fight you at 12 minutes.
Yeah, and this is something that is really interesting that I'm really excited about. Is you mentioned the mid lane, right? This Orianna has quite a bit more pushing power than Karma. Karma's Q doesn't necessarily play well with minion waves sometimes. You know, sometimes you're like, oh, you know, I've lined it all up to hit 5 of them, and it clips 1 minion, and all of a sudden, you lose out on some of your pushing power. So that's going to be something to watch out for. As Chimney is already forced to burn Ghost. And remember what the strategy that Maroon pulled out against the Comets, right? They went after Chimney, who was the big carry for the Comets. They shut him down in game 1. And, this is a composition that might not be super locked down, right? Can certainly present some problems and make his life a living hell and run away. But burning that ghost early, they certainly know who the target is.
Yeah, shutting down Chimney Jimny is the move here. I think all eyes for me are on Evrot, are on Zep. Evrot's in theory on his 6th best champion, right? If you count the Annie, maybe 7th best as well. I mean, this guy is on the Orianna. I'm looking for him to make moves with James specifically on this Volibear. The mid 2v2, the mid game skirmishes when they hit level 6. I think these two have to be firing on all cylinders for this UHSP squad to actually kind of come out with the win here. Zeepri's in a fine lane. He's got the Olaf. He's in top lane. And they're just going to invade Kindred here. I love this. You've got early game power. Why not use it?
Oh, wow, he's not going to even go for the Wolves there. He's just going to move all the way down to the red buff. So I really love what's coming out here from the U Tactics. Very, as you mentioned, aggressive. So we'll have to see how that alters John's pathing, right? This is going to be very difficult, especially on a champion like Kindred.
Yeah, you mentioned the pathing. I think they are just going to try to split the jungle vertically best as possible, and that's going to give the Comets bot side priority, but unfortunately for Ornn, for Zarif here, for Paul, they're going to have to deal with James being inside their jungle, different gank paths, and giving lane priority to somebody like an Olaf. Oh, he's going to abuse that. He's going to go ham, especially if there's zero threat of a gank for like 3-4 minutes, potentially.
Yeah, Zepp is going to have a grand old time up here. He's chopping away Elderwood Ornn. He kind of looks like a tree, right? He just starts throwing the axes at the trees, Paul Bunyan style.
Yeah, I could not agree more. It's a fitting skin, right? Especially going into the Olaf. And look at this. The dive is already coming in. He just has to get this wave shoved in. Zep is trying so hard. And Paul, let's see if he commits to actually try to clear this or if he's just going to kind of bite the bullet, eat the dive. He knows it's coming.
Jim pulling the wave there, allowing the rest of the wave to get in. Paul now hitting level 3. Big double knock up there. Turret is going to try to do what it can. Paul flashes away. James has to flash as well. It's a 1v1.
Oh.
Zep misses the axe, but he'll be able to pick up first blood anyway.
Yep, and that's what vertical jungling can do, and that's the power of Volibear. You thought he could only dive you at 6? No. He is very capable of diving at level 2, level 3, especially when you take these aggressive trades that Paul did into Olaf. Zep was forcing those, but now this is the byproduct.
Good sidestep there from the Caitlyn. Should be able to just walk it out just fine. Dr. Persuasion putting up the big Braum shield. You mentioned how that can stop a lot of things from occurring and can deter bot lane ganks as well.
Especially into the Kindred, right? Like that's rough. The impact of the Volibear, right? Level 3 gank and the Kindred level 3 gank is very, very different. Yeah, you're going to be able to get the mark. Yeah, you'll be able to split the jungle. Wait a minute.
Here we go. James is here in the area. Rehis still alive, just hanging out. Flash is forced here as it's a good response there from James.
Yeah, I like that. James immediately takes the reset after that dive. Gets back onto the map, buys the longsword. He hasn't cleared a lot of his jungle, so he's going to be a little bit behind. But you look at it right now, Johnny is actually going to be down a couple camps here, right? Like he lost one quadrant of his jungle. James still has his blue side and his red side available. As long as these guys are content on farming for a little bit, James is going to be super far ahead of Kindred and will be able to kind of duel around the map, especially with this kind of mid-game skirmish comp that the U-Tactics have, right? With the Orianna, with the Olaf. They essentially have priority on this top side whenever they need.
Yeah, and James getting Zep ahead, it's going to cause problems for Paul because Zep didn't burn any summoners in that top lane dive. Nope. He still has Ghost, he still has Flash, and we know from the last time we saw them that Paul was a pretty strong point of the Comets here. Even on tankier champions, he could perform. This is certainly going to be something very scary. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Chimney. And yeah, Zep is just allowed to roam and go where he pleases. He's cosplaying Dr. Mundo, actually, as he takes away a wolf, so that's already worth it. Zarif looking to help out his Kindred, but James lying in wait, gonna land the stun. They're gonna turn it on Zarif. Zep is super low, get some shielding. He's got a lot of attack speed. Evrot's gonna be able to get the kill, and John is gonna have to try to cut it out, but this Kindred doesn't have many places to go. Able to hop over the wall. James trying to chase him down, gets the speed up from Evrot under the turret, and it's another kill for the U-Tactics.
You don't want to scrap with this composition, Yanni. I said it before. It's an Olaf, it's a Volley Bear, it's an Oriana. You cannot skirmish against them. You just are not built that way. And you saw the Comets heavily lose out on that. Like, it was so rough for them. And this Kindred is just not having a good time. She's been forced out of her jungle twice now on that top side. And James is going to get everything, and he's going to die on the mark. I won't be surprised if they try to play for these grubs here as well. The world is James' oyster right now.
It's James time, bro. I don't know. I hope you get the reference, man. I know
Different
it's not
game?
our game. I know it's not our game, but it's James time indeed here on Summoner's Rift. 6 minutes in, already full kill participation. And, you know, this makes Chimney's life a lot harder too, right? Like, you don't want to see a fed Volibear or a fed Olaf, no matter what AD carry you are.
Especially if you have these two guys just running at you mock speed, right? It is disgusting. You can't really do anything about it. You can't CC the Olaf. The Volibear has multiple different ways to kind of get around the CC, whether it's using the invulnerability from the ultimate, having the flash up. I mean, this guy just lives super long here. He's going to go Sundered Sky. As we do see some attention down into that bot lane. Grub's being taken. We talked about it. James has full priority. He can kind of take it when he pleases. And I love the change, by the way, to note, Grubs don't get a shield anymore. So what happens is when you take the first one down, the other grubs will recover 30% of their missing HP. So now it's more favorable to focus one grub at a time, and you actually can take it faster. I love the change. I love that they've empowered grubs a little bit more and made it something worthwhile to take.
Yep, your favorite. You know, it feels like it's been your favorite objective.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, you could have just told me that you hated early Herald back in the day, man. We'd never play around it. As you can see, Zep is just dirty farming here. You can't call it a true proxy if it ain't singed, but it's just behind enemy lines, and it's just going to be uncontested the entire time. It's going to be really, really annoying for Paul. No, bro, listen, I can throw hands, but this guy throws axes. I don't want any part of that.
I don't think Johnny or Zarif are going to help out Polly, and unfortunately, Olaf is just kind of left on the island. The consequence of this vertical jungling, though, is that Rage and Persuasion are going to have to play a little bit more passive. I don't love that, especially when you are picking this Caitlyn lane. The typical stuff that comes to mind is that you're farming them under turret, you're getting plates, so on and so forth. Because of this vertical split and because of the heavy focus on the Zep.
Zep? Wait, what just happens? I don't know what just happened up there. I know some trading is going on down here. Rihis, level 6, got the stun, ace in the hole, going to land, but not going to kill. No extra crit rate.
No crit rate, no real AD.
How do
He's
you
got
let
a
that
Doran's
happen
blade
up
and a
top?
Cole.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Like, how do we...
No, I think Zep just got his recall canceled, took a turret shot, was afraid of the roam, and then just kind of, unfortunately, ran out of mana. That's the dirty thing about proxying is James. Flash for flash.
That's for sure.
Yeah, but now they're going to force Chimney off of this wave here.
There's a lot going on here, and it's going to be John who is going to die. Evrot was able to pick up a kill in the mid lane as well. It's just disaster on the Rift for the Comets.
Yeah, the U-Tactics came in with a plan, right? And they're executing it near flawlessly. I will excuse Zep for that. I know he tried to execute onto that turret. Didn't realize Paul could just ult him and kill him. But you know what? Other than that, they've been playing some damn good League of Legends, right? They use the map split to their advantage. They skirmish early. They've been doing a damn good job denying Johnny his own jungle and keeping this guy down. This scaling composition, who you thought would be online maybe 28, 29 minutes in, you've delayed them to at minimum 35, even 36 minutes into the game because of the damage that's been done to both Johnny and Paul.
Does Kindred even have any stacks right now? Like, you
gotta
have
two.
at least one or two, right? I haven't quite seen. So if we get a spotlight or somebody in here about that, one stack, and look where the other stack is right now. It's on the opposing chickens. No way in hell you're going to try to cross that river at this point in time.
No, not at all. You're never going to be able to get a real stack
just leave that camp
on the enemy side. Yeah, you can, or you can just kind of take it and force it to respawn on your side. She just has to get lucky, right? She has to hope that it's on a scuttle crab. She's got to hope it's somewhere where the team isn't. But you don't have to trade objectives for these. It's going to be really, really difficult. Persuasion, though.
Good ultimate there. Persuasion not going to take a whole lot of damage. Kindred is on the way. Nabisi, though, on the other hand, is taking a whole lot. Rihis forced the flash away. Persuasion also low, and Super Mega Death Rocket actually ends up getting a kill there. And Chimney is going super deep and knows it's got to be his time to get the job done.
Ah!
Huh?
Huh? Hello? Kindred
Bro.
ult makes you invulnerable. I mean, still a good play. 2-1 overall gets the static shiv. But realistically, Persuasion should be blocking the Maokai ult, right? The support should be dying for the AD carry.
Yeah, not the other way around. And I like the aggressiveness out of Chimney. That was just, I feel like that was just a really, really hard scenario that he got put in there. Unfortunately, going to go down for it as Kindred is now forced to run away. Can't get anything done. And guess who's pinching? It's Orianna on the way. Kindred's going to go over the wall. If you don't get stunned first, blown up, and it's a third kill for Everon. So he gets into
Everett might go for another one.
Yeah, a little bit of a tiff with Zarif here. Shockwave lands. Does he have the QW available? Nabisi is here. QW does not land. But Evrot gets knocked away. He's burning away. He flashes away. He shields himself. Slows Nabisi. And Evrot is out of there.
You can
wait,
six-ban him.
Evrot's
Whoa!
Nabisi flashes forward, gets the kill. Super Mega Death Rocket does a little bit of damage as Zarif trying to kite this out. James is in the area. Nobody getting slowed up from the Winter's Bite means that nothing more for the Eutectics to pick up.
Yeah, just a little bit of a disjointed fight, right? Evrot not on the same page as his two tanks here, and they're not really able to do much. Rage is actually popped Ghost. I'm not sure why. I don't know if he was like looking for a play or if he felt like he was in danger there. I talked about the Eutectics playing a clean game so far. Ever since then, the Caster Curse has come in and they've been just a little sloppy, right? Their bot lane fights, their mid lane skirmishes, they haven't really been on the same page, which is kind of unfortunate. Although we do see them, they do have 6 scrubs. They were able to pick that up earlier on, and regardless, they still have control of the game. They're still comfortably 3,000 gold ahead at the 12.5 minute mark. This is where the Comets kind of have to buckle down, not lose too much more gold here. If you want the scaling composition to kind of win you the game and get you to that late game state, I don't think you can bleed an ounce more of gold.
Yeah, you just need to dig your heels in and not give up too much more. Giving up 1 dragon here is going to be totally fine, right? It's like, all right, we got our 1 dragon, no big deal. The Hex Gates are going to make life a little bit harder on them because that means that the Eutectics get on the map faster, more opportunities for them to make plays. Speaking of, Shockwave here in the mid lane, Zarif taking so much damage, Evrot unable to finish him off.
And I love how Evrot's just letting it rip on the Shockwave, right?
Oh, yeah.
All too many times you'll see Orianna is just like be super conservative with it, only use it when it's a big man. Yeah, just
at me, bro.
No, I'm not adding you. I'm just saying, Evrot will have to pay the price though. Johnny?
There is no price to be paid. If the price is a 1-for-1, I'm sure he will gladly take that. Did that Kindred mark get off on the Orianna or no? It doesn't look like it.
I don't think so. It was a little too late. So Kindred, I still believe at that 1 mark.
Oh my God.
1 mark, 13.5 minutes in. Yeah, you don't like yourself. You don't like this game, right? But just to be, clear, Kindred doesn't really become a champion until she hits that 4 mark status where she gets the increased attack range, where she gets a little bit more damage, right? She's able to do things on the map. If she's stuck at 1, 2, or 3 for the remainder of this game, she just can't really function in these team fights. You don't really get the full power of the Kindred here. And I'm just going to say, once again, kudos to Eutectics. Their top side has been keeping Johnny down. James and Zepp have just been running amok in this guy's jungle.
Yeah, it's been really, really tough. And do you expect anything less from a team that, had a pretty decent win rate in their C-Law group? They took 3 losses in Group A to Ole Miss, Fisher, and U Ottawa, which are very strong teams. But you grab 4 other wins in your C-Law group, you're looking pretty good. You're at least a fairly average team. And the Comets, this roster, this iteration of the Comets can't exactly say the same.
Yeah, it is an uphill battle for the Comets right now. I mean, they 5-banned Evrot in the mid lane, right? Like, if you have to do that, that frees up Zepp for his Olaf, that frees up James for the Volley Bear, and you can see when the load is on the other potential players to carry this and to kind of use their power, use the draft resources given to them, they're more than performing.
Zarif is in trouble. Zarif is blown up. Evrot's not going to have the Shockwave to be able to try to get themselves out of the situation, as John is going to be able to pick up another mark. Backside of the fight, it's Zepp who's forced away, but it is James looking to make things happen. Call the Forge God ready to come in, and it's going to hit the 1 CCMU member who's going to chop down the cherry tree. Super Mega Death Rocket lands onto James. James goes back in, trying to land the stun. Doesn't get the shield in time as Paul takes him out. Zepp
Oh my!
That was a creative flash. That was
I love that.
really, really smart out of Zepp. But
He should be okay.
He should
be
be
okay. Unless Johnny might want to dive with the Kindred ultimate here. Yeah, it could happen. But Johnny, wait a minute. I like that. I like that from Zepp. Recalling right before the turret. Have no clue where he is at the moment. And so Johnny not able to dive here. Look at the bottom lane, though. First turret taken down here. Caitlyn doing Caitlyn things. Finally, the ghost was popped. I believe Chimney counter ghosted just to get away. And we talked about Comets not bleeding any more gold. At the 12-minute mark, they were down 3,000. You take a peek now, it's 4.5. It's slowly but surely ballooning in the favor of the Eutectics. And I feel like Comets are just losing grip of this game ever so slowly.
Just a little bit. Zarif might be in a little bit of trouble here. The BC is here to try to help out. Did not get the stun proc off, which means the BC gets to go in. But Everard is on the way and has Shockwave available. And the Comets realize this and get the heck out of dodge. But James is not done yet. Stun onto the BC. Looking for a little bit more. Everard again. That Shockwave available. They go onto James. James getting lower and lower. Gets the shield up there. And he will fall to the Kindred. Dr. Persuasion is up next. He's forced to flash over the Chompers. Nice two-man shockwave lands. Great ultimate there from Kindred. Rehis in a little bit of trouble trying to front line. Getting very low. Solo still alive for right now. The blocks. Dr. Persuasion, the offensive lineman, keeping him alive. Here come the roots out of Maokai. Flash forced out of the Orianna. The BC's been slowed. Mission has him not going to land. And finally, the fight ends.
A dirty 1-for-1 overall, right? James dies super early. The fight keeps going. Johnny is taken out here, but like you mentioned, Persuasion, the MVP of that fight, puts up the brick wall and says, no, 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 you're not going to damage any of my carries. And I love that Regis is just sticking in the pocket, doing as much damage as possible, right? He's not running away. He's not fearing for his life. He's staying there and saying, I'm going to get off as many autos as possible to dissuade Comets from pushing on any further. Dragon comes up. That's going to give James and the rest of the Eutectics time to take this, and they'll slowly but surely build towards that Hex Tech soul.
Slowly, indeed. Shimmy, there's one thing that I just noticed. Zarif has 81 CS.
Yeah, my boy's having a rough time.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, listen, Everett, you know, we've talked about him at least a little bit, showing every bit of that 800 LP challenger that he is. He's played really fantastically. Got to give him all the plaudits in the world, right? You throw 5 bans at him, and the dude's just like, okay, nah, I'd win.
Yeah, clearly. And he's kind of just been flexing on the mid lane. Like we said, shockwaving when needed, just keeping this Karma as gold starved as possible. I don't think she's hit the Malignant's power spike yet. And typically you can get that before laning phase is over, right? Typically you'll have your first item. She's just been starved of gold, has not been allowed to play the game. And so you can't get the potential skirmish power with this Karma, with the Montrese, with the Malignants that you would normally get. And that just gives the Eutectics more time to fight you, more time to 3v3, more time to 4v4 you. I think the worrying thing, though, is that we have seen a couple moments as we get back into the game here that James just gets a little too aggressive, right? He doesn't have all his boys with him. He doesn't have his whole team with him. And he's just kind of diving in 1v4. Yeah, they're trading 1-for-1, but the kills are going on to the Jinx. The one way Comets get back into this game is by feeding the chimney machine.
Yep, put it all down the chimney, give them all the gifts and all the presents. As, you know, it's still not bad at all. This is only the second dragon that's going to go over to the Eutectics, so this does mean the Comets are well within it. If they're able to make a play onto Zepp here, that would be huge. He's getting lower and lower, down to half HP. He's going to use the Ragnarok, but John gets put on the wrong side of the tracks, but he's got enough damage to be able to take this guy out. It's a big shutdown going over to the Kindred. Call the Forge God coming out. It's going to hit one member because of a big block from Dr. Persuasion. He's been really good with the Braum shields.
Oh, yeah. On point. I can see why they took this so early. Persuasion blocking Braum shields, blocking Jinx autos. He's been blocking a lot with that door here. And although Zepp does go down, Everett is going to go into this side lane. He is a menace, and Zarif is just going to eat a raw ulti.
Yeah, I mean, he's been eating a ton of those raw ultis. He's just got nothing to do. Oh, no. James, don't do it to him. No, James, please, man. This guy's got a family.
Whoa.
You know what they say about karma?
Revoke his license. Revoke his license.
Rias? Are we sure he's got a license? That's
Nope.
Oh man, that's yikes. They got what they wanted out of that Herald, right? You know, we got to make fun of them for something, right? Because despite the kill score, the U-Tactics have been playing quite well.
I'm calling 1-800-DMV. Get this guy license tested again. I don't.
1-800-DMV.
James is the only person allowed on this team to try that. I will say this time and time again. Junglers should only be driving the Heralds. Nobody else. Not the 80 carries, not the supports. Junglers only. They did get what they wanted out of it, but unfortunately for the Comets, that one little misstep is definitely not enough to bring them back into this game. 5,500 gold down right now. You're 20 minutes in. You have that dragon, like you mentioned, Yanni, early on, so you do have those scaling options available. But when is U-Tactics just going to pull the trigger on Baron? Because it's up right now, and I'm sure as hell think they can just let it rip like any time they want. Zarif, no!
I think this is going to be the time. They're going to catch out Zarif and take him out. This has to mean that it's time to go do the Baron. The pings are on it. Shibby, you called it. The U-Tactics are looking to make something happen. The Comets are going to give chase here, but a 5v4 is going to make life very difficult.
Baron going to be taking 20 and a half minutes in. I don't think that's going to really do much here. If he gets the steal, I mean, I'll eat my shoe on broadcast. Thank God I didn't have to eat my shoe on broadcast.
And you know, I love you, bro, because I know you would have done it.
Yeah, I would have. Yeah.
The Baron for turret trade, although Dr. Persuasion will at least stop Nabisi's back, but should be A-okay without any issues here. Can we get a stack check on Kindred? Because I think they did just take out the Gromp. So that should put them on 3. It might put them on 4.
4.
It is going to be the 4th one. So we are finally getting the Kindred spike here, but down 7,000 gold. Shibby, is it too late?
21 minutes in. I mean, I'm throwing a little confetti, right? I'm a little happy, but yeah, it's a little late. Let's be generous. It's a little late. I mean, it is kind of not at this point where you can contest. I mean, she does have the items, right? Kraken Slayer, Triforce. She's at the 4 stack mark. She can really start participating in some of these fights. Your tactics have to be a little bit cleaner, right? They can't just start inting the game away, right? James has been kind of a little bit aggressive. Zepp as well. And now on the side lane, 3 versus 1. I think Zepp wins these, though.
Zepp him. That is the question. The only problem is the Kindred ult is available, but he can't get close to the BC. He goes 1 for 1 in a 3v1, man. That's disgusting.
Yeah, that's just Olaf and the rest of the team collapsing right now. They want more. They said, you took my boy Zepp down.
Oh, Zarif, man. That's just cruel and unusual punishment. He's on an item and a half. The Kindred's going to fall as well. This game has well and truly gotten out of control here, Shibby.
Yeah, U-Tactics, I said they had to clean it up. They're grouping. They're using their power effectively. They've got damn good siege with the Caitlyn and the Orianna. I don't think they'll be able to end the game just yet, but they should result in at least 1 inhibitor tower. I think they should send one of their laners up top lane to get that mid lane pushing with the Baron, potentially the Caitlyn, potentially Orianna, but they're just going to full send it onto bot lane into him.
Yeah, why wouldn't you, right? You still have Orianna Shockwave available, even with Zarif and Kindred coming up. You can take this 5v4 and probably win it, but they will wisely get out of there, get their inhibitor, and walk away with the dragon coming up in about 20 seconds. I presume somebody will pick that off as well.
Yeah, and, you know, as we're kind of nearing towards the 23-24 minute mark, I really just want to shout out Zepp and James specifically for doing such a good job of keeping the jungler down, keeping Johnny away from his team and not allowing him to play the game, right? He's 5-5-2. If you look at the box score, yeah, he's had an okay game on Kindred, but just don't look at the first 10 minutes because the guy was just not allowed to play League of Legends. And the U-Tactics, they came in with the plan and they executed damn near perfectly in the early game.
Let's see what happens. The Maokai roots are going to come out. It's going to root up 1, 2, 3 members, but Everett looking to get into position here. You know he's looking for the big shockwave as all around the players do. Nabisi going very deep, but Everett looking for more, and he'll only be able to find 1 because of the flash, but that's going to be so problematic here. Call the Forjod coming through. Can't even hit the second part of it as he goes down as well, and Kindred, the last one standing, trying to run away from Volibear like you've been doing all game, but you can't outrun this bear, as that will be an ace for the U-Tactics.
Yeah, and that should be the end of the game here. TP went down from Everett, and game 1 ending in around 24 and a half minutes. Textbook early game composition. This is how you smash scaling. This is what you do to keep a good scaling composition down. Comets, we'll have to go back to the drawing board. I don't think they can run a similar comp here because Eutectics just smashed them into dust.
Yeah, it's real bad. The CB Law product, Everett just absolutely crushing in the mid lane. I think you're gonna need to get your mid laner on a bit more of an aggressive matchup there if you are the Comets. And in the jungle, like you said before that fight broke out, they did their jobs. It felt like everybody on the Tactics knew their role and played it to near perfection, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, up until like 15 minutes, they were just keeping Johnny down. You saw the mid laner creating their own advantages. Everett was drawing 2v1 pressure consistently, right? And that early dive for Zep set him up for a beautiful projection into the mid game, right? Just allowed him to keep solo killing Paul, farming under turret. I mean, proxying him at one point, right? Just that
to go a little weird.
Ocean, that crater of pressure, right, that he caused, just forces the team to kind of play around him, and then you can't really play your game. You can't really scale if you're losing gold everywhere, if you're losing objectives everywhere. I mean, the one dragon is the only thing that Comets got, right? Everything else, the Grubs, the Herald, the other dragons, it was all under the Eutectics' control, and that was just based off of a very, very solid, good early game when they had lane priority, they had the shoving, pushing power in the bot lane. I mean, they just knew what they needed to do, and I felt like the Comets weren't able to adapt as quickly.
Yeah, for game 2, I need to see John on a bit more of an aggressive jungler. Can't just sit back and scale. Not against Jame, because you saw what this guy was doing and running amok along with their top laner, Zep. So we'll have to see what the Comets pull out for game 2 as we're going to take a very short break. And when we return, we'll give you the game 2 draft between the Comets and the Eutectics. This best of 3 series will resume real shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to the quarterfinals of the NECC League of Legends Champions League. We just saw a really strong and clean game one out of the Eutectics. The Comets are looking to strike back and force a game three, Shibby. The top side of the map didn't go so hot. At least the bottom side was fine. That's generally what you expect out of Chimney and Nibisi.
Yeah, I think they did the best that they could given the state of the game, right? Like the top side was not available for the Comets. They just could not see that part of the map here. James and Zepp did a very, very good job of denying the jungle start. And that's something you guys kind of have to suss out in the beginning, right? You place some feeler wards into the river, right? Defensively at least, and just say, hey, if we're going to split the map, let's split the map evenly so I don't have a late jungle start. Because you saw James was always one step ahead, right? Top lane gank, whether he was mid lane, he was bottom lane, he always felt like Johnny was kind of playing catch up on the Kindred, which is not something you really want to do, especially when you need to farm marks, especially when you need to kind of farm champions for some of those marks. If you're one step behind every single time, you're never going to get that opportunity to actually stack up. And you saw he didn't hit the 4-stack mark until like 22, 23 minutes into the game. And by that time, it was way too late. The game ended. Baron was gone. The team was 7,000 gold behind at that point, and it just wasn't enough. He was getting kills. He had the items. He was farming, but he just couldn't get the stacks needed. And like you mentioned you want him to be on an earlier aggressive kind of champion. I'm thinking Vi, I'm thinking Lee Sin. Those are those kind of picks.
Yeah, his early game was like watching an episode of Scooby-Doo where Shaggy and Scooby are running around from the villain, opening doors. There's James. Oh, crap. Going down here. James down here. Oh, my God. You know, he was everywhere, right? I'm surprised you didn't say your standard line about him being in the closet or under the bed or anything like that, right? But yeah, that's a pretty rough showing. I want to see him on a more early game champion, as you said. Also, we need to see Zarif on something other than the Karma, right? Karma does have a tendency to kind of get pushed in a little bit. He got bullied really hard by Everett. A lot of people will get bullied by Everett, right? You know, this guy's really good CB Law mid laner, but listen, Zarif, you need plot armor equivalent to Pikachu, my friend. This is the plot armor that you need. You need the anime powers. You need to dig deep and get the job done for your team if you want to grab the dub.
Yeah, I mean, you're 5 banning mid laners if you're Comets, right? Like you did Pikachu. That game one, you just chucked him into whatever, you volt tackled away. But if you're 5 banning, I don't think you take the Karma, right? Like you don't take something.
It was a little confusing. I'm not gonna lie.
Right, like you play for the counter pick. You try to do something. If you're gonna force Everett onto his 6th, potentially 7th best champion, and you take the Karma, and you're just getting consistently shockwaved under the turret. You're not taking good trades. You're not calling for jungle help. Well, you couldn't call for jungle help in that case because Johnny's on something scaling. Then yeah, you're gonna lose the lane. Go for something aggressive. Like, if you're going to go for those, like, even or slightly lose matchups against a player like Everett, who's competed at one of the highest levels in CBLOL, this guy's gone against players like Tinones, these kind of guys. Like, he eats you kind of players up for breakfast, right? So, Everett, you got to take it to him. You got to play the mid 2v2. Go Vi Ari, go something aggressive, and just really hard focus him. Don't just ban out his champions. Make this guy's game difficult to play.
Yeah, I would have liked to see like a Vi Talia. Now, I know Talia was banned in the first round of bans by the Eutectics, so certainly at least have something like that on their radar. But if you pick like Vi Talia, that's a really strong combination. I also want to see Chimney on an early game champion. I actually think that the Comets should just play all early game, right? Like, this is very clearly a team that has edges on you, right? So I think that, at least my philosophy, when you're going to play a game and a team seems to have an edge or two on you, you should just go with early game picks and just try to blitz them out of the game. But I am not a coach. I am but a caster. It should be we have made it to Champion Select. We'll see if things stay the same for right now.
Yeah, Comets back onto the blue side, UHSP, the Eutectics, onto the red side here. They're going to have that counter pick available for themselves. Most likely Everett will be taking it. I wonder if the Comets are just going to slam 5 bans against them again. Why not? This time, just don't take the Karma. Play something more aggressive. That's what I kind of recommended from them. The players to watch, Everett's obviously very, very solid. He can hold himself in his own right. But like we mentioned, Zepp and James, these two guys working in tandem together, making sure that wherever they are on the map, they're playing together, they're fighting together, they're skirmishing, because they understand that they'll have that lane prio mid. If I'm Jane, I'm going to use that every single time, invade the top side, pick something aggressive. I don't know if the Comets are going to use their B1 to go for Maokai again specifically. It's a solid pick, don't get me wrong, but I think something like the Volibear, a little bit stronger in the jungle, and allows for that early game facilitation will do wonders for the Comets.
We'll see what the final option is as they're starting to round out bans. It looks like they will ban away the Maokai, so clearly a different first pick in mind, Shibby.
Yeah, and that's going to leave up one of Evrot's champions. I think the Silas was taken out on that third ban last rotation. Don't know if he'll opt in it again.
It was
Atelier gets
Ari,
removed
by the
here.
way.
It was Ari. Yeah, it was Ari removed. So now, Comets, you have to make the decision. Are you going to give that over, or are you going to first pick that for yourselves here? A lot of options. Volibear still on the table. Smolder available. Instead, they are going with the Karma. Now, I'm not sad yet, because it can get flexed into Nabisi's role, or it can get thrown into Paul's. It is a very flexible champion in that, right? At least minimum of three-way flex. So let's see if they're trying to bait something out from UHSP, as they are not going to kind of switch up their draft. They don't really need to, in my opinion, right? Why not take the Caitlyn for Regis here?
Yeah, it's a little tough, right? Because, you know, Ezreal's banned. So if you're going to flex the Karma, right? Ezreal's banned away, one of your best pairings. Caitlyn gets picked away, which is a really solid pairing with Karma. I mean, you have Varus, right? And we saw Chimney do really, really well on it. But, you know, seeing this Jarvan lock in, I wonder what the Comets are going to opt to here, because it just feels like it's going to be a little difficult. They are going to go to the Jinx again. They did have a fine early game with it. You know, they were the first ones to pick up kills. Obviously, things got a little unfortunate, and Rias was able to get two of his own. So that wasn't the problem. I would like to see something that gives a little bit more to the team composition as they finally have their go button in Annie.
Yeah, that was banned out in the second phase from UHSP as well, so they're going to lock that in early, but it's kind of scary, right? Taking your mid laner this early and still leaving so many options on the table. We have seen similar compositions like the Annie mid with a hard carry jungler. Famously, I think everybody knows his name by now, the Milkman, Milky Way himself on FPX. They love to run this kind of... He's the Milkman! He's the Milkman!
No, he's the Milky Way because he's beautiful and wondrous and vast and really cool.
Now he's the Milkman because he's milking all the enemies for all their gold.
Oh, God, why we have to go there, man?
All right, Zarif should play that supportive Annie role. We'll see what carry Johnny opts in to pick. I don't think it's going to be the Kindred again. Well, now it can't be the Kindred because UHSP banned it out here, but there still is the ability to pick these carry-style junglers as the Orianna and Arya are taken away. But at this point, you're banning mid laners. I still feel like Evrot has the Syndra available. He's got other mid laners, right? Azir is disabled, luckily, so he doesn't have to worry about that. But there's still so much this guy has in his pockets. I don't know if that's the move. I feel like you should ban away some top laners, get Paul something a little bit better, because he was not having a fun time against Zep.
Yeah, and if you pick something really strong here with a really strong ultimate, you can just, it's like, all right, you could just... That's a really strong ultimate. Yeah, I was just going to say, you could just blow somebody up on that team, and the Unleashed Power is going to do a heck of a lot. That is, it's just an Evrot pick, man. This is going to be a really tough game, especially because, Zarif's abilities are lower range than the auto attacks, and Chimney going to opt into the Poppy here. You mentioned you wanted to see a carry. You looked like you just tasted some sour milk after that Poppy pick. Tell me about it.
I mean, it's good in a vacuum, right? Like, okay, you counter the Jarvan engage, but now all your eggs are in the Chimney basket. Yeah, you have Paul onto the Darius, dissuades the Udyr potentially in that top lane, but knowing Zap, he might just run the... That's not an Orianna, right? Okay, that's an Olaf. Yeah, I was going to say, he's just going to run the Olaf, right? And that's fine. You can run that back once again. He's got a lot of early... laning. It's Gragas. I've been lied to 3 times. It's not Orianna. It's not Olaf. It's Gragas in the top lane. The great neutralizer. Bomba himself will be in the top lane, and that's fine. You run that. You've got Syndra. You've got Caitlyn plus Milio, who is just going to run amok in that bot lane. That's going to be rough with the extended range. Karma is flexed into that support role, but I'm looking at the profile for the Comets. It's Chimney, and that's about it for the damage profile.
Yeah, Zarif can do a little bit. If Paul gets off the ground, he'll be able to do some as well. But this is going to be a really tough game for the Comets here. It just feels like the Utechnics got everything they wanted. They've got an early game ganking jungler. They've got a really strong mid lane. They've got one of the best bot lane duos that you can have, and the great neutralizer, as you mentioned, for Paul up top. We have made it onto Summoner's Rift, and already they're trying to bring the battle to Jane.
Yeah, they got the stun down, but realistically, he's going to be fine. I do want to see some defensive warding. I don't think... Uh-oh, Zarif and Paul are getting collapsed on, though.
Zarif had to walk into the barrel. Rias is ghosting, but unable to get to Zarif. So already forcing the flash out of Annie is really big.
Especially into Evrot, who has the flash. I don't think Zarif should get into position to get early game killed here. That flash should be up before he level 6. But Evrot has been known to flex his muscles. And this Syndra Annie lane, I love Syndra because you outrange him. You have the ability to stun. Annie has to like really walk up and sacrifice some of her HP to get that CS. And with the extended range on the stun, on the ball, it feels like Evrot is poised to just lane dominate this Annie once again. A Zep.
One more auto flash for flash there means that Zep will be able to survive. Paul was unable to get that auto off, but a very scary scenario for Zep.
Yeah, he's going to kind of walk back here. He does have that passive, right, with Gragas. You get a little bit of HP regained when you use an ability here. He's going to chug on those potions. Should be all right. But Paul's summonerless.
Level 2
Jame
ganks.
could just come here.
It's Jame time. Flash forward, knock up there. Paul's in a lot of trouble now, but a good flash from the Poppy to knock Jame against the wall. Jame is now the one in trouble as Poppy is throwing the hammer down. Zep needs to try to get out. Should be just fine, but a great counter there from the Comets.
I love what Johnny did, right? He felt that gank coming, and he just trails Jame, and unfortunately Zep is at level 2. He can't follow with the E, no stun, nothing available, just has a barrel and his autos. And Jame not able to pick up that kill. Paul chugging the potions with the Dorons. I like that. Good start for the Comets here to deny Jame some of that early game aggression that you typically see from the Jarvan.
Yeah, real good stuff. It's exactly what you want, as you mentioned. Take a look at the bottom of the game. Jimmy has burned his ghost and is ready to just rifle away. He'll burn from the Melio here as Reyes is able to trade a couple of auto attacks back. A really strange use of the ghost, Shibby, I have to say.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to kind of maybe get the auto walking going, right? See if you can get in range, see if they're willing to take the fight. But Rias and Dr. Persuasion just backing out, understanding where they need to be. Uh-oh, Jame? Is he just going to smite this away?
Well, he's going to be spotted out here, and Jame could be the one who's in trouble. Good knock-up. Lance, who's got it? It's Jame. Jame is now level 3 to Poppy's level 2. Evrot is on the way, but Poppy should be able to just walk this out back to the turret. Dodges out on the Lance just by a little bit.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you have to do as the Poppy. Unfortunately, you just kind of have to take the invasion on the chin. There's not a lot you can do because of her early clearing power. And because she went for that early game gank, her rhythm is off, and she can't really clear as fast as the Jarvan here. So James found the opportunity, stuck into the red buff, luckily wins the smite fight, hits level 3, and just has complete control of that quadrant of the jungle. When you've got that Gragas in the top lane, you don't really need to give it too much attention, but Zep might just get the solo bolo.
Oh, Zep said, I want all the attention. Slams the barrel on Darius' head. Send him home with the barrel and the suspenders on him, boy.
Yeah, just back to the fountain here. So now Paul's losing in the top side. You've got you had full control of that quadrant in the bot lane. Rias and Persuasion on this Caitlyn, on this Melio, are allowed to play more aggressive. They're allowed to use this Caitlyn to their advantage. As we do see Johnny sneaking into position. No wards here. Let's see if Comet's bot lane can get a kill here with the gank coming around.
Chimney's out of mana, and BC is lagging behind. A good Hex flash there. They're going to try to get on Melio, but he flashes away, and now Rias in a little bit of trouble. Flashes right up against the wall and gets slammed right in. Chimney able to pick up that kill, but James looking for a little bit more as the Melio healing, but Chimney's got the attack speed to force him off.
Yeah,
he's looking
bit of
for
an odd
BC.
flash.
The BC's in a lot of
get him.
trouble. Couple of auto attacks. The shield is out. The Lance with one more auto attack might do it, but again, forced off. Now has to try to sidestep the chompers as James is getting rifled with auto attacks. Flashing forward, knock up into the Poppy wall. Chimney picks it up. Will die for assist. Oh, it's multiple kills going down here as James actually got credit for the last one.
The minions help him out, and 2 for 3 overall. The comments still come in, and that's just Evrot slamming the ultimate into Zarif's face here. We
Don't say
talked
it.
about the Syndra. We talked about how good it is into the Annie, and that's what happens. Unleashed power. Zarif, there's just zero counterplay.
Spheres in your face, my friend. That's going to be a lot of damage. Not a whole lot that you can do about it. The point and click ultimate is just a little too strong sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Evrot favored this matchup. That's why I expected it to come out once that Annie got locked in on that first rotation. I'm like, oh, you just have Syndra available. You can win that lane. It's a very lane stompy kind of champion. As Rias is just kind of 1v2ing very casually right now.
Yeah, he said, I got my Poppy. Not my Poppy, my Emilio. Everything's all good. Thing's fine. As Zep flashes the thumbs up, he gets out. His flash wasn't even up yet. This has been a lane. You know, the great neutralizer has done a little bit of neutralizing of his own. He isn't actually being the one to get the job done, get the kills, get a CS lead too. Paul has just had a rough go at it.
Yeah, like Darius lock-in isn't as insane of a blind pick as you can think of, as the Gragas is available, has the range, has the AP ratios as well. As Zarif's just going to drop it on him.
James is going to be able to get, oh no, not quite. Good flash from Zarif. Got the point and click Q, able to get the job done.
Yeah, but that flashless Annie is going to open up Evrot for another play, right? As Rias is just tanking autos.
Rias is just dead. BC just takes him out. Here comes Poppy to try to make a play onto Evrot here. Tibbers is lumbering around from the side. Paul is also on the way down. This is a 3-level difference, though. You saw what one Dark Sphere did to the Poppy. And he's just throwing Tibbers around.
Oh!
Flash into the wall. Evrot in a little bit of trouble here, but does have the Melio healing. Looking for more good double stun there as James is on the way. He's going to flag and drag on top of Zarif, and Zarif is going to go down with one auto attack, one lance, and he'll just walk back in. Didn't want to give it to Evrot.
Smart move from Zarif to just give that over the James here, but really well played from Evrot to kind of keep enticing them, be like, hey, fight me, my team's coming, just a little bit more. 2-3 seconds in, James comes in, Persuasion comes in, a Zep.
I'll use the flash. Dunked him. Just absolutely dunked him. Look away, avert your eyes. That was nasty what just happened.
Yeah, that's not allowed in some countries, what he's
Evrot.
doing. But Evrot, you can't avert your eyes away from what this man's going to do to your mid laner, to your jungler.
No, he queued them. He queued the Annie, but the Annie had the shield up and he killed himself.
Busted.
CB low mid laner, by the way.
Busted. Uh-oh, Reyes?
Oh, Reyes is also busted. He's trying to ghost away, but hard to move when you're rooted up, and you have to try to sidestep the chompers, but Chimney not able to take him down. You saw a couple moments ago, no ultimate available for him.
Yeah, there might be that super mega death rocket that's actually on cooldown. I lied, but yeah, 1-for-1 overall. If you're Zarif, you say we take those. Evrot, though, 2-1-1. Lost chapter is building towards what's most likely going to be a Ludens here.
No.
Zarif's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Zarif is not a whole lot of places to go. Stunned up, knocked up, dead.
You don't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of mid lane. Evrot and James absolutely evicting my man. And 2-3 on the Annie. He's got Merc Treads, a book, and some dreams, realistically, as the CS is looking very dire. You talk about the kills. It's a 30-plus CS lead for Evrot right now. That's what happens when you give somebody like him a favorable matchup. The Syndra into Annie just doing wonders. And James is not done.
Certainly not, but I think he is finally done now. And you mentioned Zarif's dreams. Call him Meek Mill because those dreams may actually be nightmares. He'll have nightmares of Evrot for a long time, especially after Game 1. And Game 2 is no different. But you get a Flash Annie ultimate on the multiple targets. No, you're still cooking. The only problem is Evrot lands another Scout of the Week. He's got ultimate available. He'll just kill him.
Yeah, I mean, the dream scenario for Comets here is that Paul and Chimney kind of just get the resets going, right? With the Jinx, with the Darius. They can look to take over team fights. They just need that one kill, right? And Evrot feeling himself a little bit. I thought he was getting in range for that unleashed power, but isn't. Zep and Paul, Dookie get out here. Let's see if Paul can get another kill for himself.
Yeah, Zep is taking this fight. That's with the away with the cask, but the ghost is available. Another nice slow. Zep still has the body slam, and will use it to get out.
Yeah, good explosive cask from him. Evrot is just dutifully pushing this mid lane. I think he knows, but he doesn't care because Zarif's just dead.
Oh, he does. Yep. It will be a 1-for-1. And I don't think he gets credit for that last plate, but, you know, he just decides, you know what, I want the 1-for-1 here. I want to deny as much CS as possible. Yeah, it's a rough life if you're Zarif. There's not really much more you can say.
Yeah, you picked the Annie for team fight, right? You picked it for the setup for the rest of your team. You just kind of have to weather the Evrot storm here.
Hold on. The ultimate's available. One more auto, but he flashes away. That means Zep will survive. As James is just going to go on top of Nabisi. It was warded. 'Twas but a clever ruse. The ultimate from Caitlyn downtown didn't quite get the kill. James will be able to walk out without a problem.
Yeah, the BC goes down, and the rest, as the TP comes in, Evrot on the backside.
Oh, Evrot just does so much damage. Chimney never stood a chance. He gets swept up. Now Zarif is able to trade back, so it is a 1-for-1, making a 2-for-1 in favor of the Comets because they went up on the top side as well. This Dragon is available. We'll see if they want to go for it. Evrot, again, no ultimate available, but does quite a bit of damage. Nice block there from the Poppy as Zarif is looking to turn this one around, but Tivers is not available any longer.
Nice.
They do blow up James. Shut down going over to Nabisi.
Johnny has just been electric on this Poppy. I was scratching my head a little bit. I said it's good in a vacuum, but this guy's been making plays.
Evrot is also making plays, and Rias is free hitting. Teleport coming in for the Gragas, but Rias gets a double kill on the other side. Now it's Poppy trying to heal up on the fruits, but not really too much you can do. Melio will pocket that one sneakily.
Yeah, I'll put the coins in his purse here and just be like, yeah, I need the gold. I'm a support. I need to empower the rest of my team here. As that fight looked good originally for the Comets, as Evrot.
Oh, good flash from Chimney means he doesn't take as much damage. Another good sidestep. Chimney is going crazy right now. Makes the play in a 2v1. Flash the mastery, young man.
Yeah, beautiful sidestep. And Zep caught between three members. The fat man's not going to get out.
Yeah, Zep is in a lot of trouble here. Will be rooted up. Who gets the kill? It's going to be Paul, and that means it's grub-a-dub-dubbin for the Comets.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to potentially get that 5 grub split here, as the Eutectics were only able to get 1, but Zarif don't think he's in a lot of trouble. Yeah, he's not in trouble. I thought there was more on the way, but it's just Persuasion and Reyes here. You look at the Eutectics right now. Despite everything, you know, kind of in the mid game, or at least, sorry, in the mid lane going their favor, bot lane doing well, the 13-minute mark, only 1,000 gold separates these two teams. If you take a look back at game 1, it was at 3,000 gold at this point that Eutectics were ahead. So doing a lot better in game 1, doing a little bit more power into the early game. And I will say Johnny's been having a fantastic Poppy game, just facilitating kills for the rest of his team.
Let's see if he's going to facilitate one more, knocking Gragas into the wall. He's going to tank it up first, but now it's Paul's time to tank. He'll get hit with 1, 2. Apprehend is there. No ultimate landing from Chimney. Chimney flash forced out from Paul.
BC maybe think they have a kill on Evrot. That's a strong Syndra guy. I don't think you want to go here as you see the gold flash right now. The singular strongest member, I believe, was Evrot, but not far behind Chimney, and Paul. Picking up that carry load. We talked about damage profile being a little low, but if your Jinx is getting fed, if Paul's getting resets, there is definitely a good way back into this game and to win these team fights. I'm just afraid because it feels like the Eutectics haven't really grouped 5 and fought a team fight yet, and that's where the big decider is. That's where you find out, are we actually that far behind, or can we scrap with them?
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for too, right? You see the Comets are up in kills, down a little bit in gold, but I mean, once the Eutectics group up, and you need Zep to people away from a huge knockup, you need Evrot to target the Poppy with his ultimate or something like that. You need a lot of things to go right if you're the Comets, because I don't know if they're going to be able to protect Chimney. They're not going to even be able to protect their blue buff. Everybody is here! The Eutectics are showing up, and Evrot able to pick up the kill, and it's Rift Herald time.
Avengers, assemble! That's literally what happened. The Eutectics just absolutely 4-man roam squad destroy Johnny in his jungle. Knights Valve Poppy's got no real combat stats ready to go. That's going to secure the blue buff. That's going to secure, what is this, Herald here. We've got Dragon coming up in 2 minutes. And oh, by the way, with that Caitlyn Milio lane, with that dominance in the mid lane for Evrot, they've been able to pick up 2 dragons. They should be looking at what is a 22 to 23 minute Cloud Soul, which is just going to spell bad things for the Comets later into this game.
Yeah, and you said Avengers Assemble. It is more like Alloys Assemble because of what Eutectics actually are. They're alloys of inorganics or organics, and they form a single common crystal when they crystallize. So the Eutectics are certainly crystallizing on that blue buff and making it their own. And you mentioning the Avengers while we have some time. Storm Surge Gragas is just Thor, no? Obviously, we don't have a Storm Surge Gragas here, but I'm trying to, obviously Syndra Scarlet, which is, not Thor is trying to run away, but Darius is going to pull him back in. Pop the goat. Oh, it was a sneaky barrel out of Zep. The ghost is still on. He does have flash. Will he be able to actually get away? Might have to burn it. Paul can't get close. He will survive. Meanwhile, Johnny from an odd angle there. Persuasion will be able to survive. Rehis able to deal a lot of damage here. Well protected. Ghost available and burnt. James is on the way looking for a little bit more. Debisi's going to be the target. Flash for flash. Debisi survives. Ace in the hole. And Chimney can't protect him. It's Rias on a rampage. Looking for a little bit more. Johnny trying to keep the Gragas out. James on the other side trying to help out Everett, but he didn't need it. And now this Poppy is caught between a rock and a hard place. Has to flash away from a potential scatter of the week. Gragas still going over the wall looking for more. Rift Herald getting dropped in the mid lane. A crazy sequence here by the Eugenics.
This is why we let junglers drive. You see how he's able to crash it into both turrets here? If that's any other role, that would have gone to the top lane or would have gone backwards. As with that team fight, I'll call it a team fight, a couple scattered skirmishes here and there. The Eutectics take full control of mid lane. They're going to go back, get the dragon, and yeah, we talked about it. 5 members fought 5 members, but realistically, Eutectics won on every single front.
Yeah, these guys are going crazy. They are way far ahead at this point, should be. Going to put themselves on sole point here. I mean, we're waiting for that one fight to pop off. As Zep, another nice barrel, but he's not really going to be able to get out of there. Johnny's going to knock him a little closer to the ground. Oh, Zep's got the moves, but Zarif's got the stun, and he's got enough damage to take him down.
I've never seen a more graceful Gragas than Zep, man. That was some smooth moves coming out from him, buying enough time. Dragon goes over into the way of the Eutectics, but with that heavy investment from the Comets onto that top side, realistically, everything else the Eutectics way. Persuasion's the only one here. I think he should just leave the turret. Brother!
He's just dead. He just gets run over. James is here too. The Comets are starting to make some plays here. Chimney able to flash away. Johnny from the side looking to push James in a little closer to the wall, but he pushed him further away. James is going to go down. Super Mega Death Rocket lands.
Have made some plays. 2 kills for themselves. The turret as well. They're able to take out James. They were able to take out Persuasion. I don't think they're going to be able to get much more, and that's a much-needed gold into their pocket, specifically Chimney picking up another kill for themselves. One of the big carry threats for the Comets. He is going to be cresting up onto 2 items here, and that's an ultimate being pushed.
Ooh.
I think it stopped the back. Yeah, it was, but you look at the build. Reyes has static plus rapid fire cannon. He's a pea shooter right now.
Yeah, he's listen, sometimes you get your sniper, right? And you're like, I've got a Barrett 50 cal. I'm shooting 1 time every 5 seconds. And then sometimes you're playing with the auto sniper because you're a noob, right? And you're shooting 5 bullets every second. That's exactly what's going on with Rias here.
Yeah, he's just trying to attack as fast as possible, as far away as possible. Zep, though, going to be able to put on the fancy moves once again. Phase Rush is just busted on this champion, let's be honest.
Oddly nimble for a large guy. Kind of looks like Jason Kelsey out there.
Yeah. Might actually be better. Whoa, wait a minute.
Great barrel. Nabisi is in a whole lot of trouble. James is going to get there. Rias is going to be able to close in on the kill. Zarif trying to come in from the side. Here comes a teleport. It's Everett trying to get into the party here as they're chasing down the rest of the members of the Comets. Zep looking to get a little bit closer. Can he chase him down? He's trying to go as fast as he can. Ghosts are getting popped. Good Tibbers there, but the fight's going to break out, and this Poppy's going to get blown up. James will go down for it. Paul, flash apprehend, goes after Everett. Everett trying to run away. Everett goes down. It's Chimney with the shutdown. Now it's time. Will Zep finally die? He's able to sidestep damn near everything. Rias on the backside. Ace in the hole. Takes out Zarif. But Rias is on the wrong side of the tracks here. Does he have an escape route? No. He does not have an escape route.
Yeah, one rocket that crits to the face, and Chimney picks up quite a couple kills here. And the call is for Baron. Zepp, can he be the hero? Can he call down Thor's hammer? You said he was an Avenger. Now's the time to assemble.
Let's see, is Zepp an Avengers level threat? He might be because they get a lot of people toward him. He's ignited, he's a little low, waiting for Emilio to show up, but the Baron will survive.
Good from Zepp here to stall it out, use the explosive cast to get them low enough. I respect the call, Comets, as that gold lead, they were down, 6,000, slowly but surely, although the objective bounties are still up, they're only down about 3,000 here. And crucially, Chimney has been picking up kill after kill. He's working towards that IE, and he's safe as can be, right? There's nobody that really has the ability to dive him. Jane can't get in because Poppy, I just saw a flash from Ray. I literally just saw a flash from Reyes on the top side. I think he was trying to auto Chimney here. That's going to cost him. But regardless, nobody can really get in onto Chimney here because the Poppy W, they've got good defense. Just Chimney has to pump out the damage.
Well, let's see if Zepp is going to be able to get himself out of this one. He's trying to kite away. Good Gragas barrel once again, but he's so slow. Trying to body slam his way out. Throws up the thumbs up and dies to the Super Mega Death Rocket.
The long range downtown call out here. Zepp, unfortunately, dodges everything but the ulti, and that's going to get Chimney to his IE. He's 3 items. One of the strongest members, if not the strongest member in the game right now. It's can he get the damage off? Can he pop off with the lethal tempo and the rockets range? It's up to Zarif, it's up to Paul, it's up to Johnny to keep him alive and set him up for the slam dunk right now. Flash to the gold. Yeah, he is technically the singular strongest member based off of gold.
Oh, Nabisi is so dead. Evrot able to pick up a kill, and that's going to be a big blow to the Comets as they want to try to prevent this soul. It's a pretty solid soul for the side of the Eutectics. See if they look for anything more. Zepp just wants to go in. The land is summoned up. Paul looking to turn Zarif from the side with a huge Poppy ultimate, huge hammer as well. But Evrot keeps him away. But they shut down the Caitlyn with the Super Mega Death Rocket. Now Poppy looking to lead the way. Zarif down to about half HP. They're at a standstill. Zepp goes in. James trying to get the big knockup. Gets knocked up himself. They're going to target Paul. Paul's still alive for right now.
Watch Chimney.
Evrot is able to get in there and do some damage, but Paul survives. Evrot goes down. Chimney's popping off. Emilio doesn't have many places to go. He's so low, but survives for now as this Jinx is fully online.
What a beautiful, beautiful fight from the Comets. The big decider there, Zarif was in the bush, out of vision, waited for Reyes, waited for Evrot to walk up and just drop Tibbers on top of him. And a slam dunk from Johnny to ult away 2 members to get the man advantage and allow Chimney to walk up and get rocket after rocket after rocket and pick up more kills for himself. I was worried about the damage profile, but throw everything into the Chimney bank because he's going to take you to game 3 for the Comets.
He's hit him downtown like Steph Curry, and he's been able to cut through and make some quick sidesteps like AI. Zepp very low. Zarif is chasing him down. Drops Tibbers on him. The shields isn't enough. Zepp will die. Chimney is flashing forward. He wants to end this game. He gets ulted in the face by Syndrome, but is still alive. Backside, Chimney gets knocked up. He's shielded. Can they shut him down? James, it's not James time. Time is run out for the Eutectics.
They're going to turn their tail towards this Baron. I think they can still do it here. It's not impossible. You've got a 5v3 man advantage. Can Persuasion, Reyes, and Evrot stall it out long enough? Uh-oh, it's looking tight
really
here.
low.
Evrot really, really low.
Reyes needs to go Super Saiyan mode. Let's see what he can do. Net misses. Ace in the hole. Going to do some damage to Zarif. He's frontlining. He's going to get rooted up. Are they going to turn on him? He's trying to get away. Big shutdown, but Paul and Chimney are able to take him down. Poppy from the side, forcing the flash out of Evrot. Evrot gets knocked up. Paul in hot pursuit. Evrot's about to get apprehended, but he gets a double kill instead. Nabisi goes down, and the Comets can't claim the Baron.
The ever so enticing Baron claims more and more victims every year, Yanni. You throw and you throw and you throw. The Comets couldn't decide what they wanted to do. Did they want to turn? Did they want to burn the Baron? And with that indecisiveness, they pay the ultimate price. They give the Eutectics time to get back, time to try to turn the game on its head. They're still 1,000 gold ahead. But Chimney and the rest of the Comets, there was a window for them to take control. There was a window for them to be into the driver's seat. But it's just been closed. And now they've got to get another team fight win. I don't know how many more sidesteps Chimney can do to win this game.
He's got no summoners, too. This is going to be really difficult. Paul's got no summoners either. Those are two of your stronger members that have absolutely nothing. And the BC's going to get picked immediately. And no, they're going to get trapped inside. Zarif is going to go golden. Dr. Persuasion trying to live. James also trying to live, but Zarif goes down. James able to flag and drag his way out. Evrot trying to do what he can. Chimney has lost a little bit of HP, but has no ultimate available. It's a 4v3, and the Comets, let's see what they're going to do. Are they going to give chase?
Zarif is up in 25 seconds. TP available. They just have to try to stall this Baron out. I don't even think they want to chance it. They're so afraid right now. They have to know it's going down. What's the call, Comets? What are you going to do?
Well, Poppy is going to get engaged on by Zepp. He's going to do a little bit of damage, but not too much more. Paul going to try to get into the pit here. Who's got the smite? Who's got the kill? It's Paul! Chimney on the side, rifling away on the Syndra, but has to walk it out. Zepp is going to chase down the Poppy, and the rest of the Comets say, farewell, my friend. Your death is a good one.
Dive for Baron. Let's see if the chase keeps going. Paul and Chimney on the backside. They might want to turn it.
Paul wants all the smoke. The dunk goes down, but not quite the kill. Chimney is still okay, but Paul is down. Super Mega Death Rocket. He missed! Oh, he could have had three, but Chimney's trying to get in closer. He's got to deal with a 1v1 to the Caitlyn, and he can't do it. Zepp on the side doing a lot of damage to Nabisi. Nabisi gets stunned up and killed. Zarif is in a bad spot. He's going to get dunked down too. The Comets have pittered out. They've hit the atmosphere and flamed away.
Chimney, the sole surviving member, Baron in his pocket. 2 seconds till Johnny and 15 till Paul. The game's not over, but the Comets, they giveth and they taketh, and they're about to giveth me a heart attack, Yanni. That Super Mega Death Rocket could have been the end of the game.
It's a game of inches. When you needed your guy to call game from downtown, he bricked it. He hit the rim, and he couldn't get it done. But this game is not over yet, Shibby. We haven't even hit the soul yet, so the Comets still have plenty of time. They still have really good scaling on their side, and the gold lead isn't even that large.
Chimney should have his ghost up for this fight. I don't think the flash will be available for this dragon. But you look at Reyes, he's actually hurting now, right? He's got the IE, he's got the static. He hurts. If he can get some autos, the empowered onto Chimney, might just be the difference maker here. Comets trying to get control of their jungle. They're trying to muscle their way in, but Eutectics are doing a good job of taking that mid lane prio, pushing it in, and they're going to turn their heads towards this dragon. Comets, are you going to contest it, or are you going to try to get as much as you can in the mid lane? Zepp might be caught out.
Zepp takes so much damage. Chimney has the speed up. Dragon and Soul going to be secured for the Eutectics, but here come the Comets looking to get into this jungle, try and stop them. They're going to move over to the mid lane now, as Evrot has been spotted out by Poppy. Good job. Yeah, stopping the backs there means that the Comets are going to be able to get this push.
Look at mid. They're going to be able to get the passive off of Jinx, one of the best turret takers now. Let's see how much more they can do here. One member is down.
Jinx still has Baron, so it's really helping out this wave. Evrot from the side. Good scout of the week. Hits a couple. Not enough damage, though. Zepp is still down for 10 more seconds, but has a teleport available. We'll see what he wants to do with it. He's got a couple of good wards to go to, as it looks like the Eutectics are going to try to push here. James looking to get in range. Scout of the week does not land. Paul frontlining. Chimney completely protected, but the Annie goes down. Chimney pushing forward, flashing on Evrot. Evrot goes down. Shut down for Chimney, as he's looking for more. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't quite kill the Milio, and the Zap doesn't land either, but Zepp, not Zap, is lurking from behind.
Do they know?
Potentially looking to make a big play. Are they nowhere? Shibby, they certainly are now. They're going to push to the Nexus turrets. Nabisi taking a lot of damage. Chimney takes out the first turret and is looking to finish this game off, but he's so low. He's so low, man. He's going to go down almost assuredly. Somebody's got to catch him. Chimney, still alive. Zep body bump right into him. And Paul's going to go down too for the double kill. And Zappy, the last one standing, he's got to try to get away. And Zep, the hero that they needed, not the one they deserved.
Yanni Zep is locked in more than a man in solitary confinement. He gets the kill. He takes down Chimney, and it breathes new life into the Eutectics. Woo!
What a game we have had here tonight, Shibby. The Comets down but not out after losing game one. The Comets down but not out after the early to mid game. They managed to find a way to make it to their win conditions. Jinx is on 5 items, but no Guardian Angel, no defensive items to note.
We sit back. We take a breather. The GA, I believe, not in the pockets of Chimney. He goes for the damage. He understands that he is the sole carry for the Comets right now, and the Eutectics, they understand. They know what to do. They know where their damage needs to be placed, but Chimney has just been, perfect on this positioning, right? Other than that E-flash from Zep, from that TP, he's been playing as perfect as you can get here. Eutectics, they took game one in convincing fashion, but 32 minutes in, and the game's neck and neck.
They are struggling, but Evrod is not. Good Zonius from Zarif, but Nabisi is in a little bit of trouble. Chimney, though, he's able to auto-attack on a target and get that speed up. They're going to go 1-for-1, but the rest of the Eutectics are too far away for this Jinx to do much more.
These Poppy Hammers have been so crucial for them to get the numbers advantage, to isolate somebody out, to get Chimney on the reset.
Look at the
here.
teleport. Look at the
Teleport coming in. Look at where Zarif is. Brother, you need MapQuest? Google Maps? Are you lost? My friend!
Turn right at the Raptor campus. Evrod is in a little bit of trouble. He's gonna die to a crit. And Chimney and the rest of the squad looking to push forward. Rias has to try to get away desperately. He's auto-attacking Paul. Flash apprehend. Shimmy, that should do it as the Comets are looking to force game 3.
Zep, minion wave in hand. He's got to clear it. The next closest member to come up is Jame right now. They've got to stall for 30 seconds here. Can they do it? I don't think so.
That's far too long. Jarvan's been stopped. They're just going for the win. Chimney is like, you know what? Nah, no win. I'm trying to get more kills. Nexus exposed. Nexus is dead. Game 3.
16, 3, and 10. The man is on a mission. Chimney cannot be stopped. The late game win condition. Woo!
Oh, man.
We're tied 1-1 apiece.
We're
tied 1-1 apiece.
We're tied 1-1 apiece. What a game, dude. That was crazy. Chimney. Remember, the last time we saw him got really fed on the Varus. Couldn't get the job done this time around. Not so. You can hang your hat on this man because he's the best damn coat rack out there.
And I don't think that pick gets through game 3, brother. No. I don't think the Eutectics tempt fate. They don't dance with the devil that is Chimney, man. I think he's going to have to try to carry on something a little different this time around. But Yanni, let's take a breather. Let's grab some snacks. I'm going to go hit my inhaler because, man, my heart's pumping. My lungs are not breathing correctly.
Listen, bro, I go out for a run every time I get done working before I get on cast. And let me tell you something. I'm breathing like I'm out there. I'm a large dude. I'm breathing heavy after this game. I'm like the heavy breathing cat, the GIF though, where he goes, because I'm breathing heavy, Shibby. We're going to go to a very short break. And when we return, we're going to give you the goods, the game 3 and final draft for this quarterfinal matchup in the NECC Champions bracket. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to this nice, relaxing, peaceful stream of the NECC League of Legends Champions quarterfinals. Holy crap, Shibby! That game 2 was awesome, bro. I laughed. I cried. I saw Jinx go crazy. I saw Rias, we were very quiet about, do his thing, right? And stop Chimney as he got into the base that one time. Got him real low. Everybody was doing their thing. I was very disappointed with Everott that game, though, I will say. So we're going to go to game 3. Shibby, you can't imagine that this Jinx is going to get through, right?
Unless the Eutectics have a plan. They've got something in motion. Unless they've got a comp specifically designed to shut down the man named Chimney. I don't suspect the Jinx gets through unless that's the move. Tall task, right? You wanted to see more out of the mid laner here for the Eutectics, and I think he did his job, right? I think he did okay. He was solo killing Annie like every single time. I think everybody had their highlight moments in this game, right? From both teams, right? The issue is Chimney just had a highlight reel, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just get one of those players that just has a game, right? Drops 80. Drops 80 like Carl Anthony Towns and then never does anything again. That's the kind of guy, right? That's what happens. I'm not saying that's Chimney, but if we see the Dr. Jekyll and Hyde come out where he just like kind of shrinks down in this meager guy, yeah, he just had a game, bro. He just had a game.
I mean, listen, he could be looking like me or he could be looking like you. No, I mean, even game one, he wasn't that bad. It's just things kind of fell apart around him as we made it into our third and final draft of the evening. The Comets versus the Eutectics one more time.
Yeah, and I do love how both of their logos are also kind of like asteroids, right? Although with the Eutectic, it's a flying face. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that logo is, but it's cool that it's flying towards me. The Comets, on the other hand, are just going to go with their standard bands, it looks like here. Zoe taken off the table. The Eutectics throwing Ezreal. There's no way they run this back.
Listen, just to interrupt that for a second. Listen, it's the University of Health and Sciences and Pharmacy in St. Louis. It's just a pharmacist, right? That's just a guy that you see at your local Rite Aid. That's just a guy that you see at your local Rite Aid. You walk in and you look right at the logo. You look right at the logo of University of Health and Sciences. And you go, can I pick up my prescription,
might be
please?
hairier than me, bro. I don't know. That guy might be hairier than me. Not that I'm discriminating. Hire anybody based off of their facial hair or bodily hair. I don't care. We don't discriminate.
Listen, if people didn't hire me off my facial hair, then we'd have a problem. We're getting a little scruffy myself.
Fair enough here, but the Comets taking the LeBlanc, taking the Zoe, they're sticking with the same bands here. Eutectics as well. They're not switching it up. They're saying, you know what, run that comp back. It looks like they're gonna take the Talio away.
The Jinx has gotten through.
The Jinx is on the table. Does UHSP take it for themselves?
There's no way they first pick Karma for the third time in the series.
You're 1-1 on it if you're Zarif. You're saying I'm helping. Mantra E's were kind of crazy, though, right? It helped Chimney carry the game. Mantra E's were going Billy bonkers here. He had a much better time, actually, Nabisi on this champion. I mean, the Karma is essential whether you throw it in the mid lane or the support. And UHSP, they're just going to yoink that away. So you know what, Chimney? Play something else. Slide something over because this champion is mine now.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty big hit there. We'll see what Chimney is able to pull out. We're going to see the Volibear again. I really like this pick out of Jamin game 1. We're going to have to see what John elects to go here in the jungle because, I'm sure he's got PTSD from that game 1, right?
Yeah, he's not going Kindred. As the Varus comes out, the callback, right? Game 1 and game 2 you mentioned. Chimney was on the Varus earlier this season. Couldn't get it done, but had a damn good performance. I'm going to assume it's going to be on hit here. Not as heavy carry power, but the lockdown coming in. Maybe the Vi Ari comes in for Zarif and Johnny here. A little bit better, but still can be susceptible to those invades, especially from a Volibear.
Yeah. Volibear's early game just a little bit stronger than the Vi's, so keep that in mind. We're going to see Jinx Leona, which is a very uncommon pairing. And Leona into a Varus Karma has the potential to go very wrong. That is a very interesting choice, but I do like the hard engage that it provides.
I mean, it's not for the lane, right? It's hey, we're going to lock you guys down. Varus is immobile. You can get the ultimate going for the Leona. You can jump onto him with relative ease, I say, as they're going to remove the Darius here. The Karma still can be flexed into that mid lane, top, or the support. They haven't revealed where it's going just yet, but AD carry and jungle locked in. I expect the top lane pool to be pinched. I think the Comets are feeling a little bit more comfortable. He said, Evrot, you couldn't carry with the Syndra. Let's see what else you have in your back pocket, because right now we're feeling ourselves.
Yeah, they take out his Jace this time around, which I find pretty interesting. You know, we hadn't seen it at all. It was left available. This does mean that Orianna's open, and I really like Orianna with this composition. So, good to see if that's going to be the move here, or if he's going to go back to the typical bread and butter. You know, Syndra is one of his favorites.
Oh, nice call out there. Yeah, they're going to lock the Syndra. They're going to give counterpick actually over to Zep, interestingly enough. It's not who I would have gave it to, but maybe they want Zep on something a little bit more impactful. The Gragas kind of had its highs and lows, right? He had a really good TP, but realistically, there wasn't much you can do, and that's an Irelia being locked in for the Comets here. Still could go mid, could go top, and that is a real Irelia here.
It's
Irelia. They're going to try to flex it. Hwei being locked in. I like that. Go for something a little bit more range heavy. Allow yourself to kind of play the range game, the spells, everything like that coming out from Hwei facilitates anti-dive. He can fear. He's got the slows. That is not real. No way is Zep locking in the 450 demon that is Tryndamere.
That's wild. But I really like it because, listen, take a look at the Comets composition, right? Yeah, Karma, poke, Varus, poke, Hwei, poke. You got some hard engage with Varus ultimate. You got Vi ultimate. You got Aurelia that can get in there. On the other side, the Eutectics, you know, they might get out team fought if that happens.
Whoa!
Tryndamere. We just go Tryndamere, bro. And we split push. And we split push. And we split push. Wait.
Yeah, may I direct your attention to the top lane?
No.
Paul is going Hwei top right now.
No way.
They're going to send the Irelia into mid. Evrot and Zep should lane swap here. Right? Like, I don't want to play Tryndamere into Hwei.
You know, that sounds awful. We'll see what's going to go down here. It looks like they're not moving. So it appears the Eutectics just don't care.
Yeah, I feel like Evrot is at least decently confident in this matchup against Zarif, right? I mean, it is skill-based, right? Because once Zarif dashes in, you can throw down the stun, you can get the scatter the weak there and just kind of deny Zarif the engage here, especially if he goes to ult, and you have that ability to get the kill back in your favor. Paul does have to play this carefully, because it's not like Zep doesn't have kill windows and kill opportunities, right? If he gets the slow, if he pops the ghost, he ease onto you. If he gets close enough, Paul doesn't really have a good way of getting you off of him other than the fear that you have to do with the, I think it is the QW. Paul's going to have to be on point with his abilities. I want to see how much of a lead. And actually, I lied. Evrot is going to go into the top lane. Yeah, they are going to send the Tryndamere into mid. Irelia into Trynd is a much, much easier matchup for Trynd and also allows for kill windows like we mentioned.
Shibby, I know you're talking about important stuff, but I was notified of what the logo is for the Eutectics.
What is it?
It's their mascot, Mortimer McPestle. He looks like a deep fried corn dog.
Mortimer McPestle is a fire name. MM. I love it.
M McP, actually. You know, they call him McP down there. No, yeah, the dude, you know, not to rag on a mascot, but he does kind of look like a deep fried corn dog. I'm not gonna lie. So we'll see how these matchups go. We'll see if any of these champions get deep fried on the Rift. You can already see that Evrot has a nice CS lead, but you know he's just gonna try to listen. He's already conquered Zarif, right? Now he's got to conquer Paul.
Yeah, he's just going through the Elite Four right now, and some of the trading power that Paul can do. You mentioned though in that bot lane, look at the poke. Look at how much damage Reyes has already taken, and Persuasion just kind of has to watch as it happens because it is a Varus Karma lane, right? You can't do much. You had your doubts about this Leona lane. I said it's not for the lane, it's for the pick potential later on. But unfortunately, Reyes is going to have to take some damage, right? He's going to have to take the punishment that is this mantra Q, the arrows coming out from the Varus. It's all going to add up over time and could lead to a potential dive here, as we do see James and Johnny both on the same side of the jungles mirroring each other right now.
Yeah, if they want to make a play bottom lane, James is going to be the one to get there first, though, as Reyes is just taking a lot of poke. Dr. Persuasion's taking a lot of poke. I mean, this is exactly what you were talking about earlier, what we expected. You got to be careful with a lane like this, because if you let Chimney and NECC run away with a CS lead, they're going to have impact when it comes to skirmishes later on.
Yeah, especially with this Irelia, right? And the Vi, they want to get things early.
1v1 me,
Zep.
bro. Goes for flash. Zep, no teleport. Interesting to note. Double teleports on the Comets, so keep an eye on that. But yeah, see what James is going to try to do. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, just more poke, continuing to keep the Eutectic bot lane down.
Yeah, they're going to be constantly shoved under their turret here. They don't really have a window to push out here unless James comes in for the gank. But look at Johnny. Look what he's doing. He's just there in the bush just in case James decides to pay a visit here, supporting his bot lane, allowing them to play aggressively here. Has not resulted in any plays yet, but sooner or later, you'll see it'll go down to 4, 3, then 2. As long as they're allowed to play this aggressively, and Johnny is here for the counter ganks, there's not really a whole lot this Eutectic bot lane can do right now. And I'm having my doubts about this Leona lane. Out of lane, they should be fine, but it's looking rough right now. Nearly 20 CS for Chimney right now.
Yeah, and Johnny is still down here. Like, he's level 3 Vi. You need to hit level 6. Looks like they may want to go for a dive here. Who's going to take the first damage?
Whoa.
Zenith Blade. Oh,
Whoa.
Johnny's in trouble. Gets plenty of shielding, but NECC will be able to flash out, will be able to tether, but it's a disaster on the bot lane for the Comets.
A lot of time spent, a lot of summoners blown. 1, 2 flashes and a ghost coming out from the Comet side here. And with that knowledge, James is just going to be like, yum, free grubs for me. Yum.
You think the things on the back of the grubs are edible? Little sacks back there?
Edible sacks is not what I envision. But
I mean, it kind of looks like an
they
egg,
might burst like a gusher. They might burst like a gusher. That
yum.
That
And
might be
purple
good.
flavor? Grape flavor?
Grape, purple flavor. Kool-Aid, red flavor. I understand. I respect that.
Yeah,
I respect
listen,
that. But now Zarif's got to respect 3 guys.
Zarif's got no stun either. This is disaster. Zep is going to go into Undying Rage. It's 2 for nothing. The Eutectic's running him over early.
You were wondering how the Void Mites tasted? Zep was wondering how Irelia and Vi tasted. He got a good chunk of them right now. 2 kills for the Eutectics here. Zep gets 2 turret plates for himself here. This Tryndamere is going to be scary later on. I don't know what Chimney does when his Tryndamere's ghosting at you full steam ahead.
He doesn't. He doesn't do anything. And I am curious as to why it looks like he's going toward on-hit, because I thought poke might actually benefit them a little bit more. But, you know, that does remain to be seen. Listen, we've seen Chimney's Varus before. Sure that he's a far better Varus player than me, and that's not just because he's much higher elo than me. So, you know, we'll have to wait and see. But, you know, Zep already getting a kill here. When you're an AD carry and you see that Tryndamere gets a kill, you just wince internally. You just know that you're not going to have a good time later on.
Yeah, it's not going to be fun, especially with James coming in off the top as well, right? Volley Trend is a very effective dive. You just got to lock him down once and allow Zep to hit you. The saving grace is, though, that Reyes is behind right now. The CS lead is growing ever so much more for Chimney right now, and Everett should be fine here. You mentioned this Vi, not level 6, spent too much time in the bot lane. James been farming. James been doing his duty here. There was no dragon trade for the grubs. They couldn't do it because they were so low. So that's going to give full objective control, at least for the first couple dragons in the grub here, over to Eutectics, right? They've got control right now.
Well, Persuasion doesn't have a Q for the stun here. James is in the area, but they're not able to do much more. And this Leona is taking a whole lot of damage. You got to get him out of there. Going to go down. It's another nice play here from the Comets, able to make it happen in the bot lane.
Chimney picks that up as well, and Zarif is just gonna die right now. Undying Rage gets popped. Zep hits him with the right hand of justice. And yeah, Tryndamere flexing his muscles here. I talked about how I thought it wasn't real. Yeah, that's a Warden's Mail on Irelia.
He's giving him a lot of Zagrif right now. This is a big problem.
He sold it.
It's no longer a Warden's Mail.
He's like, no. Yeah, the voice is inside of his head.
But that shows how desperate Zarif is right now, like, knowing that this is very problematic.
100% agree. And Johnny is looking to try to get something done in this bot lane. He's playing towards the lane that has the priority. James is here, though, for the counter gank. Let's see if Reyes and Persuasion can look tasty enough, right? As a bait. Are they enticing enough for a dive? Nope, they gave it away, right? You back off completely, and then you walk up again 5 seconds later.
Swapped.
You definitely tip your hat over, as Paul did lane swap like you mentioned. And I said Dragon should be in control of the tactics, but with that bot lane kill, with Persuasion dying earlier on, you lose that objective control. And so you're not going to be able to get the Dragon. 3v2 in the bot lane. Let's see if they can get out.
Chains of Corruption is going to land flush. Rias is going to be able to at least get out of range, but Persuasion taking a lot of damage. Chimney's a little low on mana, and James going in, flash, stun, Chimney is dead. James picks up the kill. Rias is looking for more, misses out on the zap. Won't be able to continue the assault.
And I love James using the Volibear ultimate to close the gap between him and Chimney. Chimney gets the Q, gets the stun like you mentioned. Kill goes into his pocket. You'd love to see Reyes get it, but honestly, relieving some of that pressure, allowing him to kind of come back into this game is needed right now, because Chimney and Abisi have been doing a damn good job on this Varus Karma, flexing their muscles. And Zep and Paul.
It's not Zep and Paul. It's just all Zep. Paul does land the fear, but Zep will be able to get 300 more gold in his pocket. It's the Zep game.
It's the Zep show, right? He's like, you put me on Gragas, I wasn't allowed to do anything. Tryndamere is much more my style. It's much more my carry potential, and he's putting full value into that pick right now. 3-0-1, 10 minutes in.
He's gotten a lot of plays, too.
Yeah, and now that's going to give them control of these grubs. They're going to get 6 for themselves. Pushing power on a Tryndamere, by the way? Yeah. He's going to be a menace in the side lane come 10, 15, 20 minutes in.
Yeah, he's going to be on the rise to the top. No lead in his Zeppelin. He's diving, by the way. He's getting another kill. Like, this is just ridiculous. Teleport coming down into the bottom lane. This is going to try to make a play onto Rias. Chimney trying to get closer. Scout of the week. A nice dodge by Chimney. Counter teleport coming in. It's Zarif joining the party. Dr. Persuasion is going to get rooted up and going to get taken down. It's a third kill for Chimney. Now it's Everett who's going to get 4-man dove with Aurelia tanking all the way. A triple kill for Chimney.
That scat of the week missing was so crucial for the Comets to get these kills here. And Chimney picking up 3. It's an arms race. It's Zep versus Chimney. Who can carry harder for each of their teams right now? Gold is evened up. It was 3,000 at one point, roughly, for Eutectics here. Chimney keeping them in the game. I like that. The call to dive Everett afterwards. The call to just get that dive going, especially with James being on the other side of the map. Empower your best member. He just had a crazy game, right? He's on a hot streak. Put him in the position to carry. He's rewarded you once. Why wouldn't he be able to reward you again here? Chimney looking to replicate his Game 2 performance.
Zep is 2 levels off on Zarif. This is not fair.
He's just going to die,
come
bro.
Over the wall. Stun is there. I think you get 2v1. You just can't make this play.
Especially with ultimate available in about, 15, 20 seconds? Zep's going to wait it out. He doesn't need to dive. He should know something's up, but he's just going to walk in.
Yeah, Zep is going to get hit by the Aurelia ultimate, but Johnny realizing, I can't chase after that guy, man. That is bad news.
Very, very bad news. Zep is a bad man.
Oh, man.
He's going to go in again, and he's almost got his ultimate up.
And look where James is. Look, this is game 1. This is a repeat of game 1 of Zep and James.
Yep.
This time around, Johnny's going to be able to secure all of his wolves, but he's going to be forced out of that top side. And that's going to leave Everett on an island.
Yeah, Paul had to get out of there. He was forced out. The ultimate was used. The unleashed power. They can fancy a dive right now. Look at where James is. They don't really know where he was at. I don't know if Paul actually suspects this. He's going through the jungle. Uh-oh. Yeah, they know where he
Sidestep
is.
there by James, but yep, has been spotted out at this point. I mean, this just means the turret's essentially pretty free here. James is going to go all the way in, looking to do a lot to Paul here. Paul's got no summoners. James just chunks him out hard and says, I'm just going to get out of here and let Evrot do the rest.
Mid lane tier 1 goes down. Zepp picks that up for himself. Zarif is trying to dance around
VC?
here.
The
Reyes?
VC gets engaged on. Vi is here. Dr. Persuasion down to about half HP, but Rias free hitting for now. Chimney is here, and the fight stops.
So far, both of these teams putting pressure onto their lanes that they think will carry, right? Johnny has been doing a good job on the Comet side to keep Chimney empowered, to keep him in the game, to keep him ahead of Reyes. But Zepp and Evrot have kind of been allowed to run free along with James here, right? This top side for the Eutectics might just be enough to outcarry Chimney, who's not on the Jinx, on the Varus, a much harder champion to execute on because you don't have the resets available. You've got to put yourself in more dangerous positions, especially with your low mobility champion. You almost always have to have summoners up and available because James and Zepp will just run you down.
And Chibi, if they don't take him down and hold that thought as James is looking for a big engage, gets rooted up. Evrot is going to be the target. Lots of damage
Ray's
trying to come
not here.
out here as the rest of the comments are here. Unleash power, taking the Vi to about half HP. They're going to flash on top of the BC. Super Evrot takes him out. Zarif is going to be the next target. He flashes, but he's stunned, and he's dead. Going back in is Vi, who goes down as well. A 3-0 in favor of the Eutectics.
James
They did
actually
get
does.
Volibear, actually.
Yeah, James actually does go down 3-for-1 like you mentioned, but they're not
Paul?
done. Persuasion?
Oh, Chimney is able to get that kill, and Evrot can't look for more.
Yeah, not turning towards that dragon that I thought they would go for. Instead, they want to go for more kills. Chimney picks another one up. He's 6-1-0. He's telling everybody to get in the backpack. This man's legs must hurt because he is just trying to hard carry his team right now.
Hey, listen, the Chimney's got a strong foundation, Shibby. Let him cook.
Brick by brick.
One thing I wanted to point out is that if Chimney can stall this game out, I mean, Rias can just scale up, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, yeah, I fought through the Trinamir, I fought through the Syndra, but I can't fight through all three of them, right? So that'll be something to note as the comments are going to start up this dragon and secure dragon number 2 for themselves.
Yep, because of that overstep or misplay from the Eutectics after that fight win, they lose priority. It's not their move anymore as we flash over to the gold right now. You look, once again, Chimney, the singular strongest member in the game,
my
but
God,
the
look at that
rest of
gold
his boys
difference.
are lacking. The rest of his boys are at 4,000 gold. Eutectics, Evrot, James, and Zepp are all at 7,000 right now. They are just having themselves a field day. We mentioned the Eutectics topside. Is it strong enough to power through Chimney and the BC here? We haven't really seen a proper 5v5 team fight. That one we got in the river, Reyes was a little late and, Comets had to kind of face check in. I don't know if it's going to go in the Comets' favor here, though, because right now, Eutectics have, like you said, too many threats to kind of deal with.
Well, Rift Herald looks like it's going to go over to the side of the Eutectics here. So they'll be able to try to make some good value out of that with their 6 grubs. This could be a very, very impactful Rift Herald. If they get a kill off of it as well, maybe a second charge, you might be looking at multiple turrets here, and the gold lead that really tips the balances in favor of the Eutectics.
It's already 3,000 in their favor, which isn't insurmountable by any means, right? We saw Chimney and the rest of the Comets come back from what was 4,000 here, but Johnny used his Q, he's dead.
Oh yeah, this guy is just... Super Mega Death Rocket was egregious there, as Evrot will be able to claim his 5th kill of the game.
Really well played, and I loved how the Eutectics
Goodbye.
have just Zepp gets a solo kill. We circle back. I love how the Eutectics have just been playing for these jungle picks, right? They've been using their power to kind of bully the Comets out of their jungle, saying, you know
Karma,
what? You have
I don't
to
think
kind
you
of...
want to do this.
Ultimate's not available. Zepp has flash. He
He's
might be able to
super
do
low.
it.
The turret goes down. What are we looking at? He's getting chased down. Zepp trying to get away and gets shut down by Chimney. Exactly.
Look at mid.
He didn't want to get it. But look at all the grubs. Look at Twitch chat showing up to the party. Rift Herald will not get the second charge off. A lot of gold for the Eutectics here. We'll see if Vi wants to go in. They're going to target out Rez. He's trying to get out, but that means that Leona will give their life.
Persuasion is the sacrificial lamb for the sins of the Eutectics here. But like you mentioned, all that pressure that Zepp caused in that bottom lane, he got the tier 1 for himself. You see the Eutectics get mid tier 2 with that Herald like you mentioned. Tier 1 also went down earlier on, so a lot of the objective trade still going in the favor of the Eutectics here. And I don't think the Comets are going to be able to get too much more, right? They got to reset. They got to cash in some of that gold like you mentioned. Shutdown going over in the favor of Chimney. I feel like he just has to try to stay ahead of the damage curve as much as possible, right? The longer you're on the map with that big bounty, that big gold lead you have on your singular character, you've got to put as much power as you can into it. You don't want to look back at one of these fights and be like, man, I had 2,000 gold to spend. If I was able to back and get that going, I would win these team fights.
Yeah, it's the curse of playing 80 carry. You got 2,000 gold in your pocket, and you're like, I can stay for one more fight. And then you're left wondering why you lost some LP. Not a personal story, I promise. As the Comets are going to hang their hat on the sturdy hat rack, as we talked about. Chimney, 7-1-1, highest CS in the game by a pretty solid margin. When you're out CSing a split pushing Trinimir, that's pretty big. Everyone has to flash away. Vi looking to get closer, but no ultimate available.
It's a good scatter of the week. Yeah, no ultimate like you mentioned. Cease and desist not available. And they're going to look for a counterplay here. They should know that it's coming, but Jay's pretty fast.
Oh, Vi just gets CC locked for days. It's another jungle pick for the side of the Eutectics.
And Johnny's pathing has been a bit suspicious this game, right? Like just walking into areas where he's not fully confident. You don't know where the rest of the team is. You don't know if the play is done. And he's died a couple times here, 0-4-4. I mean, his job is just to press R onto the Jinx, get the lockdown going, and allow Zarif, Paul, and Chimney to kind of go to work with the space that he's created. But if he keeps dying early on like this, James here,
Zarif has gone down. And that means the push going to come in on the bot side. Everett and James should have enough extra power with the little grubba-dub-dubs of the Twitch chat coming in to help them out as well. Able to potentially knock down this turret, as Nabisi just can't do anything about it.
Yep.
It's a lot of gold they just got. Oh, Paul.
Tons of gold. And Zepp is about to get himself a bag right now.
There's Vi. Maybe he doesn't because Chimney's here. Could flash away. Undying Rage burnt. Zepp does so much damage, he can't stop the Vi and Chimney. Kill number 8 on the board.
That was a near 1v3, right? If Johnny doesn't have flash, Paul has to flash. He got so much summoner spell value there. And with that chasm of pressure that Zepp is creating, the rest of his team getting the objectives, getting the dragon here for themselves, they can just set Zepp on an island and let him run free, right? Get him in the side lane, get 2-3 members on him, pick up barons, pick up towers here and there. That's what they should be realistically doing. Zepp, I don't want to see him group until much later into the game.
Yeah, we talked about how much pressure was he going to present in the side lanes, and like the great 21 Savage once said, a lot. He has forced Zarif to go 0-5. Paul is super far behind. He only has 115 CS in a 21-minute game. Guess what? Has to do a lot with Zepp and Everett. It's really difficult for the Comets to breathe, and they just said, hey, listen, they're comfortable letting Chimney beat them.
It's rough because he's not on the Jinx, right? He's on the Varus. He's definitely fed. He's got the Terminus. He's 3 items in. But you look across the map, Everett's working towards his 3rd item. He can already blow up Chimney if he gets the Scatter of the Week into the combo with the Storm Surge. If Zepp gets on you, if James gets on you, it's a done deal right now. Full sums available for himself. But instead, he's going to cause that pressure like you mentioned. Zarif can't handle him by himself. All the Eutectics have to do is wait for one more member to match Zepp and then rip the Baron. They surely win a 4v3.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that they'll win a 4v3. They're just too far ahead. Even if Chimney's there, I mean, there's just too many strong members as Nabisi is getting stunned up here and is in a lot of trouble and is going to die to the Super Mega Death Rocket, just getting caught out there as James is looking for a little bit more. Vi going to turn around and try to go in.
Johnny?
Gets stunned again, is going to hold on top of the Syndra and is going to die all the same. Everett burning away, but still alive for right now. On the other side, Chimney is rifling away, completely safe. Flashing forward, looking for more, and Zepp is on the way. He's on top of the chimney, trying to clean him out and blow it up, but he gets CC'd away. But he flashes on Chimney, and closes out on the shutdown. Paul going to be the next target, and he gets blown up with help from Reyes, and they will clean up the rest of the Comets. A double kill for Zepp.
The janitor is in town. His name is Zepp. He's on cleanup duty. Yanni takes the fight. A lost one for you Tactics and flips it on its head. I said I didn't want to see him group. In that case, that was a very good back. That was a very good regroup with the team. I thought he'd be able to create some pressure. I didn't think the Tactics would go for a fight like that. I didn't think they would try to force it and instead just let Zepp push here. You saw the power of Chimney though, right? He's able to rifle away. He's still able to carry with that Terminus, with that full build. He's opting in for that Wits End fourth. Still dangerous territory for the Tactics, don't get me wrong, but the Comets are slowly but surely losing this game right now.
Yeah, Chimney was feeling himself. He flashed forward because he said, Trindamir's not here. And then he's like, Trindamir is here as the Baron. Just getting ripped here by the Tactics. Ping's coming out. They might have an idea that they're on it. Everett is on top of Ward, just trying to play goalkeeper.
Johnny
doing a lot of damage into BC. Johnny is trying to come in from the side, but it's too little too late. And that means he is on the wrong side of the tracks. Can't get to the blast plant. It's more gold for Zepp.
Picking up another kill, taking advantage of Johnny. You have to try to go for that steal, right? I don't blame Johnny for that. You've got to try to do something there.
Nabisi's
goes down.
Nabisi's dead. He's one auto away from death. Reyes is on a killing spree. They do trade 1 for 1. It's Chimney able to get the kill on the way out.
Yeah, Zepp has Baron. I should just expect him to side lane right now. Rest of the guys, Siege, James, Reyes, and Everett here. But instead, they might actually opt in for a cheeky 1-3-1, which also isn't bad here. You've got Baron on 4 members. You can wait for Persuasion to come up and run that 1-3-1, although right now, everybody's regrouping. Dragon's coming up in 50 seconds. The Comets are pushed back into their base, right? They can't really come into their jungle because of the pressure that Zepp is putting on this top side. And you look towards that bot lane, or you look towards the bot side, Everett is also there. They're kind of just shoved in, and I don't know what the Comets can really do. They need to kind of overload one side and hope that they can hold mid or bot or top and mid to themselves.
Well, for right now, the Tactics haven't really done much with their Baron. The Dragon's coming up in about 30 seconds. I mean, maybe they secure that, but this top inner turret's still standing. These inhibitor turrets are still standing. So the Comets are totally fine with just chilling out right here. But I'm sure the Tactics are ready to hit the go button at a moment's notice.
Yeah, mid and top pushing in their favor right now. Uh-oh.
Go button miss,
Everett.
but it's going to be Zarif who's the target, flashing away. Reyes is free hitting. They're going to get it on top of Everett, but look, Chimney's in trouble. He's stunned up. He is dead, and the rest of the team will fall apart with him. Zarif is 1 auto away from getting blown up. Reyes decided to let him live and said, you can tell the story of how you got run off the rift to all your friends, but you can join the rest of your friends. As Zepp said, I won 3 kills in the pocket, and this will be the game and the series, Shibby. The Tactics, after a really tough game 2 where they lost, look pretty clean here in game 3, and they're moving on to the NECC Champions playoffs.
Zepp, the jack of all trades, will play the Gragas, will play the Olaf, and will give you a carry performance on the Trindamir. The man, the myth, the legend just absolutely pops off here. They steal the Jinx away. They force Chimney onto something else. And he's just not as effective. He could not get the job done. Even though he was like, 8-1 at one point. The Varus just cannot cut it here. We said there'd be a problem if the Tactics top side just begin to group and begin to team fight. And you saw the issues. Nobody else on the Comets side could kind of help with the carry load. And Chimney and the Comets are done. There was a do-or-die playoff match for them. They are out. But like you mentioned, the Tactics, off the back of Zepp, off the back of Everett, make their way onto the semifinals.
Yeah, I want to give a huge shout out to the Comets, right? I mean, they tried really, really hard. They pulled out a wonderful, masterful game too, but you just knew that they were going to have to win games like that in order to move on after you saw game one of the U Tactics. They were just far too impressive. Shibby, who you got for player of the game? Because there's a lot of guys that we can nominate. Heck, you could still even nominate Chimney Chimney, and I'd say that's pretty okay. This is
Yeah,
a MVP on a losing team performance.
Yeah, that's one of those things where, like, yeah, he tried his best. The game 2 performance was a solo carry.
Actually, you know what?
Performance.
I'm cutting you off. I am going to give it to him. Game 1, he didn't get to cook because, the things fell apart around him. Game 2 was fantastic, and then Game 3, he did damn near everything he could. Zep would be a pretty close second for me, but I would say if I'm picking a player of the series, I got to give it to Chimney Chimney.
I think I'm not even mad at that, but I think it's hard to ignore the pressure that Evrot caused in every single game.
No, that's
right?
true.
On the Orianna, on the Syndra twice now. Like, realistically, he played those games pretty damn well, right?
Yeah.
He won his lane without really too much jungle help until it was time to start diving, until it was time to really start pushing the pedal to the metal. I mean, my MVP is Evrot. I'm not even mad if you chose Chimney Chimney, but, like, Evrot just, like, was a force to be reckoned with every single game. Very consistent in his performances, and it was consistently good, right? It wasn't consistently average.
Yeah, he played a very fine series. So while Shibby and I may disagree on who the player of the series was, there is one thing that we agree on, and it's that watching Thursday Overwatch 2 here on the NECC is one of the best things you can do to spend your Thursday night. Not quite sure what teams we have lined up, but we know that Bullskunk, Chef Billy, and Sam Thompson 2 Try Hard, right? We'll be giving you all the action then. That starts tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. You are not going to want to miss it, but that will do it here for us this evening. The NECC Wednesday League of Legends. What a great day of playoff action it was. And with that, we bid you farewell from myself, my co-caster Shibby, Bridie, and Adam behind the glass. We will hope to see you next week for some more NECC playoff action.